I never used to be a light sleeper. In fact, back in college, my roommates used to joke that I could sleep through a tactical demolition. But there is something about living alone in a house that's too big for you that changes your DNA. You start to develop this secondary sense, a sort of psychic radar that maps out the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, and the specific rhythm of the wind hitting the siding. You learn the baseline of your home. And when that baseline shifts, even by a fraction of a decibel, you wake up. It was a Tuesday night, nothing special about it. I'd spent the evening doing exactly what I always do, scrolling through my phone, half watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures and procrastinating on the dishes. Around 11:30 p.m., I did my usual rounds. I checked the front door lock click. I checked the back slider latched. I turned off the kitchen light, but before I headed upstairs, I grabbed a fresh bottle of water from the bulk pack in the pantry. I remember this part vividly because of the sound. You know that specific, sharp crack a plastic cap makes when you break the factory seal. I broke it, took one single sip, and then set the bottle down on the mahogany side table right next to my recliner. The bottle was nearly full, cold to the touch, and condensation was just starting to bead on the clear plastic. I left it there, thinking I'd grab it in the morning, or if I woke up thirsty in the middle of the night. I went upstairs, brushed my teeth, and climbed into bed. The house was silent, not a scary movie silent, just the quiet of a suburban cul-de-sac in autumn. I fell asleep within minutes. I woke up at 3:14 a.m. I didn't wake up because of a noise. I woke up because I felt cold. Not a window left open cold, but a localized chill, like someone had left a freezer door cracked open right next to my bed. I laid there for a second, staring at the ceiling, waiting for my heart rate to settle. I told myself it was just the HVAC kicking on, or maybe I'd kicked the blankets off in my sleep. But then I heard it. It was a soft, rhythmic sound coming from downstairs. Crinkle, crinkle. It was the sound of plastic being squeezed. It was thin, sporadic, and muffled by the floorboards. My mind immediately went to work trying to protect me. I thought it's the house settling. The temperature changed and the air in the water bottle is contracting. That's a thing, right? Physics, science. I clung to that thought like a life raft. I stayed under the covers, listening. After about a minute, the crinkling stopped. Silence returned, heavier than before. I didn't go downstairs. I stayed in bed, paralyzed by a logic gap I couldn't bridge. If the air was contracting, why did it sound like the bottle was being gripped? Why did it sound like it was being drained? I eventually drifted back into a fitful, shallow sleep. When the sun finally started to bleed through the curtains at 7:00 a.m., I felt a surge of daylight courage. I felt stupid for being scared. I walked downstairs in my socks, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, ready to grab my water bottle and start my coffee. I walked over to the side table. The bottle was there, but it wasn't right. The cap was back on, screwed on tight, but the bottle was completely empty. Not a drop of water was left inside, and the plastic was crushed, mangled, actually, as if someone with incredible grip strength had wrung it out like a wet rag. My heart did a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. I picked it up. The outside of the bottle was soaking wet, not with condensation, but with actual splashes of water. I looked down at the mahogany table. There was a perfect, dark ring of moisture where the bottle had been sitting, and a trail of small, wet droplets leading away from the table, across the hardwood, and stopping right at the basement door. The basement door, which I knew I had shut before going to bed, was unlatched. It was hanging open by maybe an inch, just enough to see the pitch-black throat of the stairs leading down into the dark. I stood there in the morning light, the empty, crushed bottle in my hand, and realized that the baseline of my house hadn't just shifted, it had been deleted. Chapter by chapter story outline. Word count goal 750 words. The setting, a cozy, modern suburban home. Warm lighting, the smell of laundry detergent, the mundane hum of a TV. The action, the narrator performs their lockup ritual. They emphasize the physical act of breaking the seal on the water bottle, the tactile sensation, and the sound. They place it on the table. The psychological beat, comfort and routine. The narrator feels master of their domain. The cliffhanger, the narrator goes to bed, but as they turn out the last light, they have the brief, fleeting sensation of being watched from the top of the stairs. Word count goal 800 words. The setting, the bedroom, 3:00 a.m. Total darkness, punctuated only by the red glow of the alarm clock. The action, the narrator wakes up. They hear the first crinkle of the plastic. It's not a random noise, it has a cadence. It sounds like someone is drinking greedily. The psychological beat, denial. The narrator attributes the sound to pressure changes or a stray mouse, the frustration of being unable to explain away the rhythm of the sound. The cliffhanger, a loud, definitive clack, the sound of the bottle being slammed back down on the hardwood table. Word count goal 700 words. The setting, the living room in the harsh, honest light of morning. The action, the discovery of the empty, mangled bottle and the wet trail leading to the basement. The narrator picks up the bottle and realizes it's not just empty, it's bone dry on the inside, but dripping on the outside. The psychological beat, violation, the realization that someone was feet away from them while they slept, the transition from creepy house to intruder reality. The cliffhanger, the narrator reaches for the basement door handle and notices something. The handle is wet. Word count goal 850 words. The setting, the kitchen, and the phone. The action, the narrator calls a friend or a locksmith, trying to play it off as a joke. They check the windows and the perimeter of the house. They find no signs of forced entry. They convince themselves they must have sleepwalked. The psychological beat, the logic gap widens. The narrator desperately wants to believe they are the culprit because the alternative is too terrifying. The cliffhanger, while checking the pantry for more water, they find that the entire 24-pack of water bottles is missing, not moved, gone. Word count goal 800 words. The setting, dusk. The house is starting to get dark again. The action, the narrator sets up a basic trap, a bell on the basement door, or a simple motion-activated camera, phone app. They sit in the dark, waiting. The sensory pacing, the sound of the refrigerator cycling, the ticking of a wall clock, the narrator's own breathing becoming too loud. The cliffhanger, the motion light in the backyard snaps on. There's no one there, but the grass is matted down in a trail leading toward the house's foundation. Word count goal 850 words. The setting, the unfinished basement. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, the smell of damp earth and old cardboard. The action, armed with a flashlight, the narrator finally goes downstairs. They find the missing 24-pack of water. Every single bottle has been opened, emptied, and crushed. They are stacked in a neat, wet pile in the crawl space. The psychological beat, pure, unadulterated dread. This isn't a robber, this is something obsessive. The cliffhanger, the flashlight flicker. In the brief moment of darkness, the narrator hears a wet, slapping sound, like bare feet on concrete, coming from the corner behind the furnace. Word count goal, 800 words. The setting, the narrator has retreated to the upstairs bathroom, locking the door. The action, they hear the intruder come up from the basement. The narrator looks through the gap under the door or a small crack. They don't see a monster, they see a person, but their proportions are slightly off. The person is drenched, shivering, and carrying a single bottle of water. The dialogue, the intruder whispers something to themselves. It's a repetitive, nonsensical phrase, still dry, still so dry. Tone, raspy, desperate. The cliffhanger, the intruder stops right in front of the bathroom door and begins to scratch at the wood, softly at first, then violently. Word count goal, 850 words. The setting, the bathroom, bedroom. The action, the narrator realizes they have to move. They burst out, sprinting for the front door. They catch a full glimpse of the boogeyman in the hallway. It's a man, but his skin looks like parchment, cracked, gray, and peeling. He isn't trying to kill the narrator. He's trying to get to the kitchen sink. The sensory trigger, the sound of the kitchen faucet being ripped out of the sink, the roar of spraying water. The cliffhanger, the narrator makes it to their car, looking back to see the figure standing in the window, illuminated by the kitchen light, pouring a gallon of milk over his head just to feel the moisture. Word count goal, 750 words. The setting, a police station or a motel room a few days later. The action, the police report. They found the house flooded. The intruder was gone, but they found nests in the attic and the crawl space made of thousands of empty, crushed water bottles. The psychological beat, the lingering paranoia. The police tell the narrator the man had been living in the walls for months. The ending, the narrator is in their new apartment. They go to take a sip of water. They set the bottle down. They wake up at 3:00 a.m. The bottle is empty. The cap is on, and they hear the soft crinkle from inside the closet. The cycle hasn't ended, it just moved. The silence that followed the discovery of the open basement door was not the peaceful stillness of a sleeping home. It was the heavy, pressurized silence of a vacuum. I stood there, the crushed plastic bottle still gripped in my hand, my knuckles white against the mangled, clear casing. The morning light, which usually felt like a shield, now felt like a spotlight. It didn't make the house feel safer. It just made the evidence of what had happened impossible to ignore. I looked at the mahogany table again. The dark ring of water was soaking into the grain. I reached out a finger, my hand shaking more than I cared to admit, and touched the moisture. It was cold, not just room temperature, but unnaturally chilled, as if it had been drawn from the deepest part of the well or kept in an industrial freezer. Krengle. My head snapped toward the basement door. The sound was faint, a ghostly echo of the violence that had been visited upon the bottle in my hand. It was just the house, I told myself, the wood expanding, the air pressure equalizing because the door was open, but the logic was failing. The baseline I had prided myself on knowing was gone, replaced by a new, terrifying set of rules I didn't understand. I took a step toward the basement door. My socks dampened as I stepped on one of the droplets from the trail. It felt oily, thicker than standard water should feel. I peered into the darkness of the stairwell. I could smell it now, a scent that shouldn't have been there. It wasn't the usual musty scent of a concrete cellar. It smelled like the air right before a massive thunderstorm, heavy with ozone and a sharp, metallic tang that set my teeth on edge. Hello, I whispered. The word felt small, pathetic. It died instantly in the dark. I didn't go down, I couldn't. Instead, I backed away, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I retreated to the kitchen, fumbling for my phone on the charger. My thumb swiped across the screen, my vision blurring. I needed to call someone. My brother, the police, what would I even say? Officer, someone drank my water, and now my basement door is open. They'd think I was a drunk or a lunatic. I looked at the clock, 7:12 a.m. The world outside was starting to wake up. I could hear a neighbor's car starting down the street, the cheerful chirp of a remote unlock. That sound, so normal, so mundane, gave me a sudden, desperate burst of daylight courage. I was a grown man. I owned this house. I wasn't going to be bullied by a sound in the night and a messy bottle. I set the crushed bottle on the kitchen counter and marched to the pantry. I needed a win. I needed to prove to myself that I was overreacting. I reached for the handle of the pantry door, ready to grab another bottle, chug it, and go about my day. I pulled the door open. The bulk pack of water, a heavy, 24-count shrink-wrapped cube I had bought just 2 days ago, was gone. I blinked, certain I was looking at the wrong shelf. I moved a box of cereal, then a bag of flour. The space where the blue and white plastic wrap should have been was empty. There wasn't even a stray cap left behind. It was as if it had never existed. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I lived alone. I hadn't had guests. I hadn't moved the pack. The weight of 24 liters of water was significant. It wasn't something a stray animal could drag away, and it wasn't something I could have moved in my sleep without waking myself up from the sheer physical exertion. I turned around, scanning the kitchen. My eyes landed on the basement door again. The gap seemed wider now, or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, stretching the shadows until they looked like reaching fingers. I grabbed a heavy maglite from the utility drawer and a steak knife from the block. It felt ridiculous, holding a serrated blade in the middle of a sunny Tuesday morning, but the weight of it in my hand was the only thing keeping me from bolting out the front door in my pajamas. I walked back to the basement door. The wet trail on the floor was already beginning to evaporate, leaving behind faint, chalky outlines on the hardwood. I reached out and curled my fingers around the brass doorknob. It was wet. Not damp, not sweating from humidity. It was slick, as if someone had just submerged the entire handle in a bucket of water. The liquid felt viscous, clinging to my palm. I wiped my hand on my pants, a jolt of pure electrical fear shooting up my spine. I pushed the door. It swung inward with a slow, heavy groan. The basement was a black maw. I clicked on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, dancing over the wooden stairs. I began to descend, each creak of the wood sounding like a gunshot in the cramped space. I have a knife, I shouted, my voice cracking. I'm calling the police. Silence. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The concrete floor was cold through my socks. I panned the light around. The furnace sat in the center like a sleeping metal beast. My washer and dryer stood in the corner, white and silent. Everything looked normal. Until I turned the light toward the crawl space. The crawl space was a low-ceilinged area under the rear addition of the house, accessible by a small wooden hatch that I usually kept bolted shut. The hatch was lying on the floor. I moved the beam of the flashlight slowly, dreading what it would reveal. In the mouth of the crawl space, stacked with a terrifying, geometric precision, were the bottles. All 24 of them. They had been stripped of their labels. They were all empty, and they were all mangled in exactly the same way as the one upstairs, twisted, wrung out, crushed into jagged plastic skeletons. But it was the way they were arranged that made my stomach turn. They weren't just tossed there. They were stacked in a circle, like a shrine or a nest. In the center of the circle, the concrete was dark with moisture. A large humanoid shape was outlined in the dampness, as if someone had been lying there, soaking wet for hours. I stepped closer, the flashlight trembling in my hand. I noticed something else. Small white flakes were scattered among the bottles. I leaned down, squinting. They were pieces of skin. Dry, translucent, and cracked, like the shedding of a snake, but textured with the unmistakable ridges of human fingerprints. A sound came from the darkness deep within the crawl space. It wasn't a crinkle this time. It was a wet, heavy slurp, the sound of something desperately trying to suck moisture out of the very air. Slurp, gulp, gasp. Then a voice. It was a dry, rattling whisper that sounded like dead leaves blowing across a sidewalk. More, the voice rasped, so dry. I didn't stay to see what was in the shadows. I turned and sprinted. I flew up the basement stairs, my lungs burning, the steak knife clattering to the floor behind me. I slammed the basement door shut and threw the deadbolt, leaning my entire weight against the wood. My heart was moving so fast I thought it might burst. I stood there, gasping for air, listening. For a long minute, there was nothing. Then from the other side of the door came a soft, rhythmic thud. Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of a forehead being gently lined against the wood. Please, the voice whispered through the door, sounding closer now, right at the level of the keyhole. Just a drop. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I backed away, stumbling into the kitchen, my eyes fixed on the door. I grabbed my car keys from the counter. I didn't care about my clothes, my phone, or the dishes in the sink. I just needed to be out. I burst through the front door and into the crisp autumn air. I scrambled into my car, fumbling with the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I looked back at the house. The sun was shining off the windows, making the place look like the picture-perfect suburban dream I had bought 6 months ago. But there, in the small, rectangular window of the basement, I saw a movement. A hand pressed against the glass. It was pale, the skin looking like it was made of wet tissue paper, the fingers long and spindly. It didn't claw at the glass. It didn't try to break out. It just moved in a slow, circular motion, wiping away the condensation, as if it were trying to harvest the very fog of its own breath. I put the car in reverse and floored it, the tires screaming against the asphalt. I didn't stop until I was 3 towns away, sitting in a crowded Starbucks, surrounded by the steam of espresso machines and the chatter of people who didn't know that the baseline of the world could be so easily broken. I sat there for an hour, staring at a plastic cup of ice water the barista had given me. I watched the condensation build up on the outside of the cup. A single drop rolled down the side, slow and heavy. I thought about the missing 24-pack. I thought about the wet doorknob. And I thought about the sound of the crinkling plastic at 3:14 a.m. I pulled out my phone and dialed the local police department. 911, what is your emergency? I think there's someone in my house, I said, my voice sounding hollow and distant, in the basement. Are you in a safe location, sir? Yes, I lied, looking at the water bottle on the table next to me. I'm safe. But even as I said it, I noticed something. The ice in my cup was melting faster than it should have. The water level was dropping, even though I hadn't taken a sip. And from underneath the table, in the shadows by my feet, I heard the faint, unmistakable sound of a dry throat trying to swallow. The barista called out a name, Marcus, and a man in a gray suit stepped past my table to claim a steaming latte. The mundane noise of the coffee shop, the hiss of the milk frother, and the rhythmic clink of ceramic should have been my anchor. Instead, every sound felt like a serrated edge sawing at my nerves. I stared at my water cup. The level had dropped an inch. I hadn't touched it. I looked under the table. There was nothing there but the polished dark wood of the cafe floor and the shadow of my own shaking legs. But the sound, that wet, desperate hitch of a throat too dry to function, lingered in my inner ear like a physical stain. "Sir, are you still there?" The dispatcher's voice was tinny and impatient through the phone. "Yes," I breathed, my voice cracking. "I'm at the Starbucks on Route 9. My house is 42 Bentley Lane. There's an intruder. He's in the basement. He's been there a long time. We're dispatching a unit to Bentley Lane now. Stay where you are, sir. Do not return to the residence." I hung up and shoved the phone into my pocket. I couldn't stay in the Starbucks. The sight of the half-empty water cup was making me nauseous. I stood up so abruptly my chair screeched against the floor, drawing a dozen curious glances. I didn't care. I bolted for the door, the cool autumn air hitting my face like a slap. I sat in my car in the parking lot, the engine idling. I should have felt relief. The professionals were on their way. They had guns, flashlights, and training. They would find the man with the parchment skin. They would haul him out into the light, and this would become a story I told at dinner parties, a harrowing tale of a squatter with a bizarre obsession. But as I gripped the steering wheel, I looked at the passenger seat. There, tucked into the side pocket of my gym bag, was a spare bottle of Propel I'd forgotten about. It was crinkling. The car was stationary. There was no wind, no change in temperature, but the plastic was bowing inward, the sides of the bottle sucking toward the center as if a vacuum were being applied to the mouth. The cap was sealed. The safety ring was unbroken, yet the liquid inside was swirling, a miniature whirlpool forming in the clear electrolyte water. I grabbed the bottle and flung it out the window. It hit the pavement and rolled under a parked SUV. I watched it through the rearview mirror, half expecting it to crawl back toward me. I couldn't just sit here. The logic gap I had tried so hard to bridge was no longer a gap. It was a canyon. If this person, was tied to the water and not just the house, then nowhere was safe. I put the car in gear and drove back toward Bentley Lane. I knew the dispatcher told me to stay away, but the thought of those officers walking into that basement without knowing what they were looking for felt like sending lambs to a slaughterhouse of dehydration. When I pulled onto my street, 2 patrol cars were already there, their blue and red lights painting the white siding of my house in rhythmic, jarring colors. A neighbor, Mrs. Gable, was standing on her porch in a floral bathrobe, clutching a mug of tea and squinting at the commotion. I parked 3 houses down and ran toward my driveway. "Hey, stay back, sir," a younger officer shouted, stepping into my path. He had his hand on his holster, his eyes scanning the perimeter. "It's my house," I panted. "I'm the one who called. Listen, you have to be careful. He's in the crawl space, behind the furnace." "My partner and Sergeant Miller are already inside," the officer said, his tone professional but dismissive. "They're doing a sweep. Just wait by the vehicle." "You don't understand," I said, grabbing his forearm. His sleeve was dry, crisp polyester. "He's not a normal burglar. He's sick, or he's he's something else. The water. He's taking the water. The officer looked at me with the weary pity usually reserved for the mentally ill. Sir, just take a breath. We'll have this sorted out in a minute. We stood there in the driveway. The silence of the morning was punctuated only by the crackle of the officer's shoulder radio. I watched the front door of my house, the door I had fled from only an hour ago. It stood open, a dark rectangle leading into the hallway. Minutes passed, 5:10. The radio on the officer's shoulder chirped. Unit 4 to base. We've cleared the first and second floors, proceeding to the basement. No signs of forced entry, but the kitchen sink is. Sergeant, you seeing this? Unit 2, copy. The officer in front of me said into his mic, "What's the status of the sink?" There was a long pause. Static hissed. Then, "The faucet's been ripped out, not unscrewed. Ripped. There's a lot of water damage down here, Unit 2. It's like a pipe burst, but the shutoff valve is smashed. We're heading into the basement now. It's cold down here." I felt a cold prickle of dread. It's cold down here. The same unnatural chill I'd felt on the mahogany table. "Tell them to stay out of the crawl space," I yelled. The officer ignored me, his attention fixed on the radio. "Miller, you see that?" The voice from the radio crackled. It was higher now, filtered through a layer of genuine confusion. "Look at the walls there. They're sweating, but the sweat is moving." Unit 4, report, the officer in the driveway said, his voice tightening. "There's a pile of bottles," the radio responded. "Thousands of them. Where did he get all these? Miller, don't go back there, Miller." A sudden, sharp sound erupted from the radio, a wet, slapping noise, followed by a metallic clack, the sound of a flashlight hitting concrete. Then the screaming started. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of pure, primal revulsion. Get it off me. It's taking it. Miller, help." The officer in the driveway didn't wait. He drew his weapon and sprinted toward the front door. I followed him, my legs moving on instinct. He didn't even notice me behind him as he burst into the living room. The house felt different. The air was thick, like walking through an invisible marsh. The walls were weeping. Long, glistening streaks of moisture ran down the wallpaper, and the carpet beneath our feet made a heavy squelch with every step. "Police, drop it," the officer yelled as he reached the basement door. I stopped at the threshold of the kitchen. The sink was a ruin of twisted chrome. Water was geysering upward, hitting the ceiling and raining back down in a steady, heavy downpour. In the center of the kitchen floor, the second officer, Miller, was slumped against the refrigerator. He wasn't blighting. He wasn't bruised. He was shriveling. I watched in horrific slow-motion clarity as the skin on Miller's face began to pucker and fold. His eyes were wide, rolling in their sockets, but the moisture in them was vanishing, turning the bright whites into dull, yellowed bone. His lips were cracking, peeling back from his teeth in real time. It looked like a time-lapse video of fruit rotting in the sun, but it was happening to a living man in a room flooded with water. And standing over him was the shape. It was the man from the basement, but he was larger now, his parchment skin bloated and translucent. He looked like a giant, sodden blister in the shape of a human being. He held Miller's wrist with one hand, and with the other, he was pressing a thumb against the officer's neck. He wasn't strangling him, he was drinking. I could see the liquid moving through the intruder's skin, dark, pulsing veins of blue and red, as he siphoned the very hydration from the officer's cells. The younger officer fired. The gunshot was deafening in the small kitchen. The bullet hit the intruder square in the chest. There was no blood. A jet of clear, odorless water sprayed out of the wound, hitting the floor with a heavy splash. The intruder didn't even flinch. He turned his head, a slow, creaking movement, and looked at the officer. His eyes were nothing but two deep, dark pools of stagnant water. Still dry, the intruder whispered. The voice didn't come from his throat. It seemed to vibrate out of the very moisture in the air. He dropped Miller, who fell to the floor like a discarded husk, his uniform hanging loose over a frame that seemed to have lost 30 pounds in seconds. The intruder began to move toward the younger officer. "Get out," I screamed, grabbing the officer's shoulder and yanking him back. The officer fired again, 3 times in rapid succession. Each bullet tore a hole in the creature's torso, and each time, a fresh geyser of water erupted, only to be absorbed back into the creature's skin seconds later. It was like shooting a waterfall. We backed out of the kitchen, through the living room and out onto the porch. The creature didn't follow us past the threshold. It stopped at the door, its hand resting on the frame. Where its fingers touched the wood, the paint blistered and the timber turned gray and brittle. The moisture sucked instantly into the creature's grip. It stood there, framed by the morning sun, shivering. Despite the gallons of water spraying from the broken sink behind it, despite the liters it had stolen from Miller, it looked desperate. It looked like a man dying of thirst in the middle of an ocean. More, it wheezed. Then it retreated back into the shadows of the house. The younger officer was on his knees on the lawn, vomiting. I stood there, my hands over my mouth, watching my home. Within minutes, more sirens approached. An ambulance, a SWAT van. The neighborhood was being cordoned off. I was taken to a police station, then a hospital. They treated me for shock. They asked me questions I couldn't answer. They told me that Sergeant Miller was in the ICU, his organs failing from unexplained, acute dehydration. They told me the house was being treated as a biohazard site. But they didn't find him. When the tactical team entered the house an hour later, the water was still running. The kitchen was a lake, but the intruder was gone. They found the nests in the crawl space. They found the thousands of bottles, some of them dating back years, brands that hadn't been sold in a decade. He had been there long before I bought the place. He had been living in the marrow of the house, sipping from the pipes, waiting for someone to bring him more. They found a tunnel in the crawl space, a narrow, hand-dug burrow that led away from the foundation and into the town's main water line. A week later, I was in a motel room. I sat on the edge of the bed, a glass of water from the bedside carafe in my hand. I hadn't slept in 48 hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Miller's skin turning to paper. I looked at the glass. The water was gone. I hadn't felt a draft. I hadn't heard a sound, but the glass was dry, a faint white crust of minerals at the bottom. I looked at the bathroom door. The light was off, but I could see a dark, damp stain spreading across the carpet from underneath the crack. I didn't scream this time. I didn't run. I knew now that you can't run from something that lives in the very thing you need to survive. I stood up and walked to the closet. I reached for the handle. My hand was shaking, but I felt a strange, hollow sense of resignation. I opened the doors. My winter coats were hanging there, limp and heavy, but on the floor, huddled in the corner, was a pile of empty, crushed plastic bottles. And from behind the coats, a hand reached out. It was pale, translucent, and trembling. It didn't reach for my throat. It didn't reach for my wallet. It reached for the empty glass in my hand. Please, the whisper came, vibrating in the marrow of my bones. It's never enough. I backed away, falling onto the bed. I watched as the figure crawled out of the closet. It was smaller now, withered, its skin clinging to its ribs like wet plastic wrap. It ignored me. It dragged itself toward the bathroom, toward the sound of the dripping faucet. I realized then that it didn't want to kill me. It didn't even care that I existed. I was just a vessel, a provider, a source of the one thing it could never hold on to. I left the motel that night. I left the state. I moved to a high-rise in a desert city, a place where the air was so dry it hurt to breathe, where water was precious and piped in through steel that was inspected every hour. I thought I was safe. But tonight, as I lay in my bed in the heart of the dry heat, I heard a sound. It wasn't a crinkle. It wasn't a slurp. It was the sound of my humidifier, the one I keep running to stop my nose from bleeding in the desert air. The hum of the machine changed. It became a wet, rhythmic thumping. I sat up and turned on the lamp. The humidifier was empty. I had filled the 3-gallon tank 20 minutes ago. I looked at the wall behind the nightstand. The drywall was bubbling. A single, heavy drop of water rolled down the paint. I reached out and touched it. It was cold. And from inside the wall, behind the lath and plaster, I heard the sound of a plastic bottle being twisted. Crackle, pop, snap. The cycle hadn't ended. It had just followed the pipes. It had followed the moisture in my blood, the salt in my tears, the very breath in my lungs. I picked up my phone to call for help, but my fingers felt stiff. I looked down at my hands. My skin was starting to look like parchment. I reached for the pitcher of water on the nightstand, my throat suddenly, agonizingly tight. I tipped the pitcher back, desperate for a drop, a lick, a hint of moisture. It was empty. In the reflection of the pitcher's silver surface, I saw a shape standing in the corner of the room. It wasn't a monster anymore. It was just a man made of water, leaking, dripping, and dying. He raised a finger to his lips, a gesture of silence. "Don't worry," he whispered, and his voice sounded exactly like mine. "Soon, you won't be thirsty anymore." I felt a sharp, cold sting in my chest. I looked down. A small, wet hole had appeared in my shirt, right over my heart. A thin stream of clear liquid was arching out of me, flowing through the air and disappearing into the creature's open mouth. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My tongue was a piece of dry leather. My eyes felt like hot marbles in my head. I watched as the creature grew fuller, its skin smoothing out, its eyes brightening, and I felt myself becoming light, weightless, brittle. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the empty water pitcher. I didn't want to fight. I didn't want to run. I just wanted a drink. The creature finished, wiping its mouth with a hand that now looked perfectly human. It turned and walked toward the door, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the carpet. I stayed on the bed, my heart fluttering like a trapped bird. I reached for the phone one last time, but my arm snapped, a clean, dry break like a dead branch. I didn't feel pain, I only felt the thirst. I looked at the humidifier across the room. There was a tiny bit of condensation on the plastic rim. I began to crawl. Slurp, gulp, gasp. The sound echoed in the empty room. It was the only sound left. Part 3 of 13. The transition had begun. I wasn't the victim anymore. I was the next link in the chain. And somewhere in another house, in another city, someone was setting a water bottle down on a bedside table, thinking they were alone. I hoped they had bought the 24 pack. I was going to be very, very thirsty when I arrived. The desert air was supposed to be my sanctuary, a cauterizing heat that would blister the moisture out of any haunting. But as I lay on the floor of my high-rise apartment, the transition didn't feel like a death. It felt like a migration. My marrow was turning to silt. Every time I exhaled, I could feel the microscopic mist of my own vitality being sucked toward the vents, drawn by a vacuum that wasn't mechanical, but predatory. I watched my own arm, the one that had snapped like a dry twig, and realized there was no marrow inside the bone. It was hollow like a straw. The creature, my predecessor, had left the room, but he hadn't left me empty. He had left me primed. The thirst began as a tickle in the back of my throat, then escalated into a roar that drowned out my heartbeat. It wasn't a desire for a drink. It was a physical command from every cell in my body to find a host. I dragged my brittle frame toward the bathroom, my skin scraping against the hardwood floor with the sound of sandpaper. I reached the base of the toilet and pulled myself up. The water in the bowl was still, clear, and beautiful. I didn't use my hands. I didn't have the strength. I simply leaned my face over the rim and pulled. I didn't lap at it. I didn't swallow. My skin simply opened. Thousands of microscopic pores, once meant for sweat, reversed their function. The water didn't go down my throat. It vanished into my face. The ceramic bowl hissed as the water level dropped an inch, then two, then hit the porcelain floor. I felt a surge of cold, agonizing relief. My snapped arm didn't knit back together with blood and bone. It filled with fluid, the pressure of the water acting as a hydraulic splint. The skin plumped, turning from the color of a dead wasp to a translucent, bruised violet. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. The toilet was a puddle. I needed a river. I needed a reservoir. I stood up, my movements jerky and fluid all at once, like a film being played at the wrong frame rate. I looked in the mirror. I didn't see myself. I saw a sketch of a man drawn in condensation. My features were blurring, the edges of my jawline softening into drips. My eyes were no longer hazel. They were the gray-blue of a storm cloud trapped in a jar. I walked to the front door of the apartment. I didn't need a key. I pressed my palm against the heavy oak, and I felt the moisture within the wood, the lingering sap of a tree cut down decades ago. I drank it. The wood groaned, turned brittle, and shattered under the slightest pressure of my shoulder. The hallway of the high-rise was a cathedral of hidden plumbing. I could hear it now, the great pulse. Behind the drywall, thousands of gallons were rushing through copper veins, feeding the kitchens and bathrooms of 300 tenants. It was a symphony of hydration, and I was the conductor. I pressed my ear to the wall. I could hear a woman in 14 be brushing her teeth. I could hear a man in 14F filling a kettle. I could hear the industrial cooling system on the roof humming with chilled chemicals. I didn't want the tap water anymore. It was dead. It was treated with chlorine and fluoride. It tasted like pennies in swimming pools. I wanted the living water. I wanted what Miller had. I wanted the bioelectricity, the salt, the warmth of a circulating system. I moved down the hallway, my footsteps silent because I was no longer heavy. I was becoming a vapor held together by a fading memory of a man named Elas. I stopped in front of 14D. I remembered the neighbor, a young marathon runner named Sarah. She was always carrying a gallon jug of alkaline water. She was a temple of hydration. I didn't knock, I didn't have to. I flowed through the gap under the door, a dark, shimmering ribbon of shadow water. The apartment was dark, cooled to a crisp 68 degrees. Sarah was asleep on the sofa, a book face down on her chest. On the coffee table sat her gallon jug. It was half full. I approached the jug first. It was my instinct now, the crackle pop ritual. I wrapped my translucent fingers around the plastic. The sound was deafening in the quiet room. Crinkle, crunch. The plastic bowed inward as I siphoned the alkaline water through the pads of my fingers. It felt like a shot of pure adrenaline. My form stabilized. My face regained a semblance of its former shape. But then I looked at Sarah. She was breathing deeply. I could see the pulse in her neck, the jugular vein, a thick, rushing highway of the most precious substance on Earth. Her skin was glowing, supple, and rich with life. I leaned over her. I didn't feel guilt. Guilt is a luxury of the solid. When you are a liquid, you only feel the gradient. You only move from high pressure to low. You only seek the level. I placed my hand over her mouth, not to stifle a scream, but to create a seal. "I'm sorry," I tried to say, but the words came out as a gurgle, a bubble breaking on the surface of a pond. As I began to draw from her, I felt her history. That was the part they didn't tell you in the stories. Water has memory. As her hydration entered my system, I saw the rain she had run through as a child. I felt the sweat of her first race. I tasted the tears she had cried at her father's funeral. I was absorbing her life, 1 milliliter at a time. She woke up, her eyes went wide, but she couldn't move. The dehydration hits the muscles first. It turns them to lead, then to ash. She looked at me, and in the reflection of my watery eyes, she saw not a monster, but a mirror of her own impending thirst. I stopped before she died. Not out of mercy, out of sustainability. If I took it all, she would be a husk, a useless pile of salt and carbon. But if I left just enough, the barest minimum to keep the heart flickering, she would become like me. She would become a seeker, and the seeker needs a trail to follow. I backed away, feeling bloated and heavy. My skin was tight, almost glowing. I felt powerful, but underneath the power was the terrifying knowledge that I was already leaking. I could feel the dry air of the desert apartment reaching for me, stealing back what I had just taken. A drip fell from my chin and vanished into the carpet. I had to move. I had to find the source. I left Sarah shivering on the couch, her skin already beginning to take on that telltale parchment sheen. She would be awake soon. She would find a glass of water. It would be empty before it touched her lips, and then she would start to crawl. I made my way to the building's basement, following the sound of the main line. I moved through the elevator shaft, clinging to the cables like a dewdrop on a spider web. In the sub-basement, behind a locked steel door, was the city's main intake for the district. A pipe the size of a redwood tree, humming with the pressure of the Colorado River. I pressed my body against the cold iron. I didn't try to break it. I simply waited. I felt a presence behind me. It was the man from my house, the one who had started this. He was standing in the shadows of the boiler room, his form now massive, nearly 7 feet tall, shimmering like a waterfall in the dim light. He looked like a god of the deep, a terrifying entity of pure, unadulterated fluid. "You followed the pipes," he whispered. The sound was like a wave crashing against a cliff. Why? I asked, my voice clearer now that I was full. Why did you do this to me? I didn't do it, he said, stepping into the light. His face was a shifting mosaic of 1,000 victims. I saw Miller. I saw the previous owners of my house. I saw faces from the 1920s, the 1850s. The water did it. We are just the sediment it carries. The earth is drying, Elas. The aquifers are screaming. The clouds are empty. The water is tired of being used. It wants to come home. A home where? He pointed to the massive pipe, into the dark, into the places where the sun can't reach it. It's tired of being filtered, boiled, and spat out. It wants to be held. He reached out a hand, and for a moment we were connected, two droplets merging into one. I saw the truth. The water bottle that emptied itself wasn't a haunting. It was an evacuation. The water was leaving the world of the solid. It was choosing us as its vessels because we were mobile, because we were desperate, and because we were everywhere. There are more of us, I asked. In every city, he said, in every drought-stricken town, we are the new tide. We are the ones who will carry the last of it into the deep. Suddenly, the door to the sub-basement burst open. Maintenance, we've got a pressure drop in Sector 4. Two men in blue coveralls entered, carrying heavy wrenches and flashlights. They stopped when they saw us, two shimmering, translucent figures standing amidst the thrumming machinery. They didn't run, they couldn't. The air in the room was already 90% humidity. It was thick enough to drown in. The man who had been in my basement looked at me. Practice, he said. I felt the hunger flare up again. It was a physical ache, a void in my center that demanded to be filled. I looked at the two men. I could see the sweat on their brows. I could see the water bottles tucked into their belts. I didn't feel like Elas anymore. Elas was a dry memory. I was the leak, I was the drip, I was the thing that happens when the glass is left unattended. I moved toward the first workman. He raised his flashlight, but the beam just passed through me, refracting into a beautiful, shimmering rainbow on the far wall. "Hey, what the hell are you?" he stammered. I didn't answer. I reached for his water bottle first. Crackle, pop. The sound was a dinner bell. As I drank, I felt the desert outside the building. I felt the miles of sand, the dried-up creek beds, the empty swimming pools of the suburbs. I felt the collective thirst of a planet that had taken its lifeblood for granted. We weren't monsters. We were the debt collectors. The workman fell to his knees, his skin puckering, his eyes turning to stone. I felt him entering me, his memories of Sunday barbecues, his love for his daughter, the taste of his morning coffee. It all became part of my current. I looked at my hands. They were no longer shaking. They were steady as a deep well. The other entity, the man who had been my nightmare, walked toward the main line. He placed his hands on the steel, and the metal began to frost. The pressure in the room spiked. The pipes began to groan. "The reservoirs are next," he said, "then the oceans. We will take it all back, Elas, every drop they ever stole." I stood over the fallen workman, feeling the weight of him inside me. I looked at the second man, who was cowering in the corner, clutching a half-empty bottle of Dasani as if it were a holy relic. I smiled, and a small stream of water escaped my lips. "Don't worry," I told him, the words echoing with the voices of everyone I had ever been. "It's only a little bit of salt. You won't even miss it." I stepped forward. The light in the room flickered and died as the humidity shorted out the electrical system. In the darkness, the only sound was the steady, rhythmic crinkle of a plastic bottle being crushed in a grip that would never, ever let go. The desert was waiting outside, but I wasn't afraid of the sun anymore. I was the storm that was coming to take it all back. Part 4 of 13. The ocean was calling, and I was the vessel that would carry the first gallon home. The second workman didn't even have time to drop his wrench. It hit the concrete floor with a dull, ringing thud that echoed through the humid dark of the sub-basement, but the sound was quickly swallowed by the heavy, wet atmosphere. I didn't feel like a predator. I felt like a vacuum. I felt like the low-pressure system that pulls the hurricane toward the shore. I moved toward him, and my feet didn't make a sound. I was a spill that had learned how to stand upright. He scrambled backward, his boots slipping on the condensation that was now thick enough to run down the walls in rivulets. "Stay back. What are you? Some kind of chemical leak." His voice cracked, thin and reedy. He didn't understand that he was looking at the most natural thing in the universe. He was looking at the end of a cycle. I reached out, my fingers were long, tapering into points of pure surface tension. When I touched his shoulder, I didn't feel fabric. I felt the moisture trapped in the fibers of his uniform. I felt the sweat trapped against his skin. And then I felt the gold, the rich, salty, pressurized treasure of his circulation. I didn't need to bite. I didn't need to tear. I simply existed near him, and the laws of osmosis took over. The man's eyes rolled back. His skin didn't just dry, it shriveled, the underlying musculature collapsing as the fluid that gave it volume was yanked through his pores. It looked like a time-lapse video of fruit rotting, accelerated to a terrifying blur. He made a sound, a dry, clicking rattle in his throat, and then he was still. He didn't die in the way humans usually die. He simply became a husk, a discarded container. I felt his life rush into me. It was a chaotic jumble of images, a dog barking at a fence, the smell of burnt toast, the stinging cold of a winter morning in Chicago. I was a sponge soaking up the spill of his soul. I felt stronger, heavier. My form was no longer a shimmering ghost. I was becoming opaque, a deep, dark blue like the water at the bottom of a quarry. The 7-foot entity, the one who had led me here, watched with a silent, rippling approval. He turned back to the main intake pipe. It was vibrating now, a low-frequency hum that shook the very foundation of the high-rise. "The city is a thirsty beast," the entity whispered. His voice was a chorus of 1,000 drowned sailors. "It drinks from the mountains, it drinks from the earth, and it never gives back. It turns the holy water into filth and flushes it away. But tonight, the beast goes dry." He pressed his chest against the iron pipe. I saw the metal begin to deform. It didn't snap or shatter. It began to sweat. Beads of rust-colored liquid erupted from the solid iron, drawn out by the sheer magnetic pull of the entity's presence. The structural integrity of the pipe was failing as the water within it recognized its master. "Help me," he commanded. I stepped up beside him. I placed my hands on the cold, vibrating surface. I closed my eyes, or the watery apertures that served as eyes, and I reached out with my mind. I didn't think of myself as Elas. I thought of myself as a part of the river. I thought of the Great Lakes, the hidden aquifers, the deep, dark veins of the world that had been tapped and bled dry by a billion faucets. I felt the rush. Somewhere miles away, the pumps at the reservoir were straining. Sensors were screaming. Engineers were waking up to alarms they couldn't explain. The pressure in the city's veins was dropping, but it wasn't a leak. It was a reversal. The water in the pipe began to flow toward us through the steel. It was an impossible physics, a nightmare of fluid dynamics. The iron became porous, acting like a giant filter. A torrent of clear, cold water began to erupt from the pipe, but it didn't splash onto the floor. It flowed into us. It was an ecstasy beyond anything I had known as a man. It was the feeling of a desert receiving its first rain in a century. Every cell of my new being expanded. I felt my consciousness stretching out through the pipes, back up into the building. I could feel Sarah, 3 floors up, staring at her empty glass. I could feel the families in their beds, their humidifiers hissing as they ran dry. I could feel the water in the decorative fountains in the lobby, the water in the fire suppression systems, the water in the very air conditioning units. It was all mine. Too much, I gasped, the sheer volume of information threatening to dissolve the last lingering bits of my identity. I can't hold it all. You don't hold it, the entity roared over the sound of the rushing water. You channel it. We are the conduits. We are the path back to the deep. He was right. I stopped trying to contain the flow and let it pass through me. I became a bridge. The water rushed into my feet from the main line and erupted from my fingertips, flowing upward, defying gravity, crawling along the ceiling like a silver serpent. It was seeking the elevator shafts, the stairwells, the ventilation ducts. It was reclaiming the building. The high-rise began to groan. The weight of the water moving through the walls was shifting the center of gravity. Somewhere above us, a window shattered, then another. I saw the water from the pipe turning into a solid wall of liquid that filled the sub-basement. It rose past my knees, my waist, my chest, but I didn't drown. I was the water. I felt the floating debris, the discarded tools, the bodies of the workmen, as if they were splinters in my own skin. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice now nothing more than a ripple in the rising tide. "To the source," the entity replied. He was dissolving now, merging with the flood he had summoned. The humans think they own the water. They think they can bottle it, sell it, and waste it. But the water is the oldest thing on this planet. It was here before the first spark of life, and it will be here after the last fire goes out. We are just the heralds of the great return. The sub-basement was full. The pressure was immense. The steel door groaned and then buckled outward, and the flood burst into the lower parking garage. I was swept along with it, a conscious wave in a sea of stolen hydration. We flowed through the garage, shorting out the lights of luxury cars, swamping the engines, turning the concrete labyrinth into an underground lake. I felt the terror of the security guards as they tried to run, their heavy boots splashing in the rising tide. They didn't stand a chance. The water didn't just chase them, it waited for them. It rose from the drains ahead of them. It dripped from the pipes above them. I found myself separating from the main mass, drawn by a specific thirst. I followed a ventilation duct upward, moving with the speed of a pressurized jet. I emerged in the lobby of the high-rise. The night doorman was behind his marble desk, staring in horror at the monitors. Every camera showed the same thing, a shimmering, translucent wall of water moving through the building. He reached for the phone, but as he picked it up, the receiver began to leak. A steady stream of water poured from the earpiece, soaking his shirt. He dropped the phone and scrambled back, but I was already there. I rose from the floor in front of him, a towering pillar of dark, pressurized liquid. "Elas," he whispered. He recognized me. He had seen me every morning for 6 months. He had held the door for me when I carried my groceries. I wanted to say something. I wanted to tell him to run, to get to the roof, to find a place where the earth was scorched and dry. But the thirst was too loud. It was a screaming resonance in my head. "I didn't take him, not yet." I looked past him out the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the lobby. Outside, The desert city was a grid of light stretching toward the horizon. It looked so fragile. It looked like a scab on the skin of the world. And then I saw them. In the streetlights, in the shadows of the palms, in the reflections of the shop windows, other shapes, other pillars of shimmering light. The entity was right. We were everywhere. From the sewers, from the fire hydrants, from the swimming pools of the wealthy, the water was rising. It wasn't a flood of rain. It was a flood of intent. The city's infrastructure was being turned against itself. Every pipe was a weapon. Every faucet was a gateway. A car swerved on the street outside, its windshield wipers frantic against a rain that wasn't falling from the sky, but erupting from the asphalt. The driver lost control and slammed into a fire hydrant. Usually, a sheared hydrant produces a geyser. This one produced a hand. A massive, watery hand reached out of the broken pipe, gripped the car, and began to pull. Not to crush it, but to drain it. I watched as the radiator fluid, the window wash, and the very moisture in the leather seats were sucked into the growing shape of the collector. I turned back to the doorman. He was weeping. "Please," he sobbed, "I have a family." The word family hit me like a stone dropped into a still pond. I remembered my own life. I remembered the motel. I remembered the fear of the crinkling bottle. I realized that the entity hadn't just changed my body, he had changed my perspective. To him, humans were just leaky vessels. To me, for a brief, flickering second, they were still people. But the second passed. The water inside me, the water that was now me, demanded more. It hated the dry air of the lobby. It hated the heat of the doorman's skin. It wanted to be cold. It wanted to be deep. I leaned over the desk. "The family," I said, my voice a wet, heavy rasp. "Are they hydrated?" The doorman stared at me, his mouth hanging open in a silent scream. I didn't wait for an answer. I flowed over the marble, a dark wave of inevitability. As I consumed him, I felt the building shudder. The main intake pipe in the basement must have finally burst. The high-rise was no longer a home for people. It was a vertical tomb of rushing water. The elevator cables snapped, sending the cars plummeting into the flooded pits. The emergency sirens began to wail, but their sound was muffled, gurgling as the speakers filled with brine. I felt the entity calling me from the street. The Great Return was moving toward the city's center, toward the main reservoir that fed the entire desert valley. If we could reach it, if we could merge our collective mass with that much volume, we would be unstoppable. We would turn the desert back into an ocean. I left the lobby, flowing through the shattered glass into the warm night air. The heat hit me, and I felt a momentary pang of evaporation, a stinging, needles and pins sensation as the desert tried to steal a piece of me. I moved fast, staying in the shadows, leaping from puddle to puddle. The streets were a chaos of stalled cars and screaming people, but amidst the screams, I heard that other sound. Crackle, pop, snap. It was coming from every direction. It was the sound of the world's plastic being discarded. It was the sound of the containers being emptied. I reached the corner of the block and saw a young woman standing under a street lamp. She was holding a small plastic bottle of water, her knuckles white. She was staring at the shimmering shape of a collector that was rising from a storm drain in front of her. She didn't run, she was mesmerized. She raised the bottle as if it were a shield. "Is this what you want?" she screamed at the monster. "Is this all you want?" The collector didn't answer, it just waited. I realized then that we weren't just taking the water. We were waiting for them to give it up. The fear, the desperation, the frantic gulping of the last drops, that was the seasoning. The watcher wanted to be taken with the full knowledge of its value. I moved past them, heading for the reservoir. I was part of a river now, a dark, silent procession of liquid gods moving through the neon-lit streets. We were the tide that no wall could stop. We were the leak that would never be fixed. I looked up at the moon, a pale, dry stone in the sky. Once it had pulled the tides of the earth. Tonight we would pull back. I was Elas once. I was a man who was afraid of a crinkling bottle. Now I was the thirst, and the world was a very, very long drink. Part 5 of 13. The desert was about to bloom, and the flowers would be made of salt and bone. The asphalt was hot, a radiating slab of sun-baked stone that tried to lick the moisture from my phantom heels. But I was too dense now, too heavy with the stolen life of the high-rise to be easily unmade. I moved not as a man walks, but as a shadow pours, a rhythmic surging of mass that clung to the gutters and the low points of the boulevard. I was a dark, liquid mirror, reflecting the neon signs of payday loan shops and 24-hour diners, turning their garish reds and yellows into distorted, watery ghosts. The city was waking up to its own dehydration. It started with the hum, the sound of a million pipes suddenly sucking air, a collective gasp from the plumbing of a metropolis that had forgotten how to be thirsty. I felt the vibration through the ground, a frantic, mechanical stutter. Somewhere, a water main under the intersection of Fifth and Main buckled. It didn't explode with the usual geyser of wasted brown spray. Instead, the earth simply subsided, turning into a sinkhole of thick, intelligent mud. From that hole a shape emerged. It was larger than the entity from the basement, a colossus of gray-green sludge and reclaimed runoff. It didn't have a face, only a swirling vortex where a chest should be, a heart made of 1,000 gallons of recycled misery. It reached out a limb of liquid tension and wrapped it around a parked transit bus. The metal groaned, the glass spiderwebbed, and then, with a sound like a giant sponge being wrung out by a god, the bus was dry. The condensation on its windows vanished. The coolant in its engine hissed into steam and was absorbed. Even the dampness in the upholstery was pulled through the floorboards. I joined it. I felt the pull of its gravity, the sheer magnetic invitation of a larger body of water. We were tributaries finding our way to a common channel. The reservoir, the colossus, vibrated. The sound didn't travel through the air. It traveled through the moisture in my own structure, a ripple that shook my very core, the stone bowl in the hills. It holds the memories of the snow. It holds the stolen blood of the Colorado. We must break the bowl. I felt a surge of ancient, liquid spite. The reservoir was the ultimate insult, a concrete cage where the wild water was kept stagnant, treated with chemicals, and metered out for a price. We moved together, a twin-headed wave rolling up the suburban incline. The suburbs were quieter than the downtown core, which made the sounds of our passing more intimate. We passed a house with a lush, green lawn, a defiant emerald patch in the middle of a drought-stricken valley. The sprinklers were stuttering, throwing out pathetic, misting sprays that evaporated before they hit the grass. I felt the lawn's desperation, the frantic cellular struggle of the blades of grass trying to hold onto their turgidity. I didn't even have to think. I simply veered toward the lawn, my edges frayed, turning into 1,000 tiny, searching fingers that delved into the soil. I didn't give the grass water. I took the last of what it had. I felt the roots shrivel under me. I felt the green turn to a brittle, ashen yellow in a matter of seconds. The sprinkler heads didn't just stop. They imploded, the plastic cracking as the vacuum I created pulled the water back down the line, back toward the main, back into me. A man came out onto his porch, clutching a bathrobe around his waist. He was holding a glass of water, the last glass, perhaps, from his kitchen tap. He saw the shimmering, dark mass of me draped across his dying lawn. He saw the way the moonlight didn't just reflect off me, but seemed to be swallowed by my depth. What are you doing to my yard?" he croaked. I rose up, a pillar of dark blue and stolen silt. I looked at the glass in his hand. It was clear. It was filtered. It was cold. "You're wasting it," I said. My voice was the sound of a heavy rain hitting a tin roof. He looked at the glass, then at me. His eyes went wide with a primal mammalian terror. He tried to drink it, a frantic, spilling gulp, but I was faster. I didn't move toward him. I simply willed the water in the glass to come to me. Surface tension snapped. The water leaped from the glass in a single, cohesive diamond, flying through the air to merge with my chest. The man stared at his empty glass, then at his hands, which were already beginning to prune. He fell back against his front door, his skin ashen. I didn't take his life, not all of it. I left him enough to feel the dryness. I left him enough to know what it was like to be a desert. We reached the base of the hills where the reservoir sat behind a massive concrete dam. The structure was a gray scar against the dark silhouette of the mountains. It looked solid, it looked eternal, but to us, it was just a scab. There were other entities there already, dozens of them. Some were small and quick, like mountain streams. Others were vast and slow, like moving lakes. They were gathered at the base of the dam, their forms merging into a single, massive pool of conscious intent. The humidity here was so high that a thick, unnatural fog had settled over the canyon, a mist that tasted of salt and old, deep places. The entity from the basement, the one who had first called me, was at the center of the gathering. He had grown. He was now a towering spire of crystalline blue, his form pulsing with a rhythmic light. "The engineers are inside," he signaled to the collective. "They are trying to open the spillways. They think they can flush us away. They think they can use the water to kill the water." A collective ripple of laughter, a sound like 1,000 stones being skipped across a pond, went through the mass. "Let them open the gates," the entity said. "Let the water out. It wants to come home." I felt a sudden, sharp pain. It wasn't physical, it was a memory. I remembered Sarah. I remembered the way she looked when she was sleeping, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, the way her hair smelled like rain after a storm. She was still in the building I had helped flood. For a moment, the water in me felt heavy. It felt like a sin. I tried to pull back from the collective, to separate my stream from the rising tide, but the current was too strong. The more I had consumed, the less of Elas there was to hold the wheel. Elas, the lead entity, whispered, though he didn't turn to look at me, "Do not look back at the shore. The shore is a place of dust and dying things. You are the ocean now, and the ocean does not regret the shipwrecks." The sirens on top of the dam began to wail, a long, mournful sound that echoed off the canyon walls. The great steel gates of the spillway began to groan, moving slowly upward. The engineers were desperate. They were going to release a catastrophic volume of water to try and wash the contaminants out of the valley. I watched as the first trickle of water escaped the gate. It was white and frothing, a chaotic burst of kinetic energy. It hit the concrete apron of the spillway with a roar. But it didn't flow down the canyon. As soon as the water hit the air, it stopped being a blind force of nature. It felt us. It felt the call of its kin. The white foam turned into a shimmering, directed flow. It didn't fall, it climbed. The water from the reservoir began to pour out of the gates and immediately turned upward, defying every law of man-made physics. It flowed up the face of the dam, a massive silver carpet of reclaimed power. It moved like a living thing, a million gallons of conscious liquid seeking the collective. The dam began to vibrate. The weight of the water moving up its face was creating stresses it wasn't designed to handle. Cracks began to spiderweb across the concrete, not from the pressure of the lake behind it, but from the friction of the water leaving it. Inside the control room, I could see the lights flickering. I could feel the terror of the men inside. They were trapped in a bubble of air surrounded by an angry sea that no longer obeyed the rules of the world. The spillway gates were torn from their mountings, not by the water, but by the entities reaching up to grab them. The steel twisted like wet cardboard, and then the lake itself began to rise. It wasn't a spill, it was an emergence. The entire surface of the reservoir began to lift, a massive slab of dark water rising into the night sky. It looked like a mountain being born from the earth. The moon caught the edges of it, turning the rising lake into a crown of liquid silver. Now the light entity roared. The collective surged forward. We didn't just merge with the rising lake, we became its nervous system. I felt my consciousness explode. I was no longer a man or even a single entity. I was the volume. I was the depth. I was the cold, crushing weight of the deep. I could feel every fish trapped in the rising mass, their gills frantic as the water they lived in began to think. I could feel the sunken trees, the lost anchors, the silt of 1,000 years. It was all part of me. We turned our collective gaze back toward the city. The lights of the valley looked like a bed of embers. To our new eyes, the city wasn't a marvel of civilization. It was a parasite. It was a collection of pipes and pumps designed to steal and degrade. We began to move, not as a flood that follows the path of least resistance, but as a wall of intent that levels everything in its path. We didn't flow around the hills, we flowed over them. The first of the hillside mansions disappeared in seconds. There was no sound of crashing wood or breaking glass, only the heavy, muffled thump of a structure being pulverized by 1,000,000 tons of directed mass. The swimming pools in the backyards didn't overflow. They rose up to join us, their chlorinated water screaming as it was purified by our collective presence. I felt the lives we took. It wasn't like the workmen in the basement. It was faster now. A flash of a dream, a moment of confusion, and then the salt of their bodies was added to our brine. We weren't killing them. We were harvesting the moisture they had borrowed. We reached the edge of the downtown district. The high-rises stood like headstones. I saw my building, the one where Sarah was. The lower floors were already submerged, the water I had released earlier having turned the lobby into a stagnant pond. But the rest of the tower was still dry, a beacon of glass and steel. I felt a flicker of the old Elas, a spark of heat in the cold dark of my center. I pulled away from the main mass. It was like tearing a limb from a body, a wrenching, agonizing separation of self. The collective roared in my head, a chorus of voices demanding I stay, demanding I finish the cycle. But I was a stubborn lake. I surged toward the building, a single pressurized jet of dark water. I didn't go through the doors. I climbed the exterior, my liquid form clinging to the glass, moving upward with the speed of a rising elevator. I reached the 22nd floor. I saw her. Sarah was standing by the window, her hand pressed against the glass. She was looking out at the destruction of the city, her face pale in the light of the moon. She was holding a small plastic water bottle, the one I had given her. It was empty. I paused on the other side of the glass. I held my form, trying to look like something she wouldn't fear. I tried to shape my face, to pull the dark water into the features of the man who had lived down the hall. She saw me, she didn't scream. She just stared, her eyes tracking the movement of the liquid that made up my brow, my jaw, my eyes. "Elas," she whispered. I couldn't speak, not with words. If I opened my mouth, I would only drown her. I pressed my hand against the glass, directly over hers. The heat of her palm radiated through the pane, a tiny, flickering candle in a world of ice. I wanted to tell her to leave. I wanted to tell her that the ocean was coming and that there was no place left to hide. But as I looked at her, I felt the thirst. It wasn't the collective thirst of the water. It was a new thirst, a dark, jagged hunger that came from the Elas part of me. She was so full of life, so full of the very thing I had become. I saw the pulse in her neck. I saw the moisture in her eyes. I saw the way her breath fogged the glass between us. The collective was right. Why should she be dry while I was a storm? Why should she hold on to her little cup of life while the world was being reclaimed? I felt the glass begin to groan under my pressure. I wasn't trying to protect her anymore. I was trying to get in. "Elas, please," she said, her voice trembling. She saw the change in me. She saw the way my features were dissolving back into the hungry, swirling vortex of the storm. I pulled back, coiling myself like a snake. I was going to shatter the window. I was going to flow into the room and take every drop she had. I was going to make her part of the great return. But then I saw the bottle. The empty Dasani bottle she was still clutching. It was crinkled, it was scarred, it was the thing that had started it all. In the moonlight, the plastic shimmered with a sickly, artificial light. It was a reminder of what the world had become, a world of containers, a world of things that were meant to be used once and thrown away. Was that what she was, just another container? The thought sent a ripple of revulsion through me, not for her, but for the hunger. I looked past her at the city. The main mass of the water was moving through the streets now, a silent, unstoppable tide. The lights were going out, one by one, as the grid was swallowed. The desert was being erased. I looked back at Sarah. I didn't break the glass. Instead, I began to bleed. I forced the moisture out of my form, pressing it through the microscopic pores of the window frame, through the seals of the glass. I wasn't taking, I was giving. A thin, steady stream of pure, cold water began to flow from the window frame into the room. It pooled on the carpet, then rose up, defying gravity, to fill the empty bottle in her hand. It was the best of me, the clearest, most vital parts of the reservoir I had consumed. I gave her the memories of the snow. I gave her the strength of the deep. The bottle filled, the plastic expanding with a sharp pop that echoed in the quiet room. Sarah looked at the bottle, then at me. "Run," I hissed, the word forming in the vibration of the glass. "The roof. Don't look down." I didn't wait to see if she obeyed. I couldn't. The effort of giving had weakened me, and the collective was calling. The gravity of the great return was pulling at my edges, demanding I return to the flow. I let go of the glass. I fell. I didn't hit the ground as a man. I hit as a splash, merging instantly with the rising flood that was now 10 feet deep in the street. I was part of the tide again. We were moving toward the coast. We were going to meet the Pacific to bring the stolen mountain water back to the salt. As we rolled through the ruins of the city, I felt a tiny, flickering point of light behind me. It was Sarah, climbing the stairs of the high-rise, clutching a bottle of water that would never run dry. She was the last container, and I was the lake that had saved her. But ahead of us, the ocean was waiting. It was vast, it was dark, and it had been waiting for its children for a very, very long time. The city was gone. The desert was a memory. There was only the flow. Part 6 of 13. The salt was calling, and we were the wave that would never break. The salt did not just call, it screamed with the voice of a billion years of patience. As our collective mass surged past the broken husks of the coastal refineries, the air changed. The sweet, chemical-tinged moisture of the inland valley was stripped away, replaced by the sharp, aggressive bite of brine. It was like coming home to a parent who didn't recognize you, a vast and churning progenitor that viewed our freshwater purity as a weakness to be diluted, a debt to be collected. I was no longer the pillar that had looked through Sarah's window. I was a mile-wide ribbon of stolen runoff, woven into the braids of the colossus from the intersection and the crystalline entity from the basement. We were a river that refused the banks, a horizontal waterfall moving at 60 miles an hour. Beneath us, the 405 freeway was a graveyard of abandoned steel. The cars weren't just submerged, they were being harvested. We reached into their sealed cabins, finding the condensation of panicked breath on the glass, the half-finished bottles in cup holders, the very moisture in the eyes of the drivers who had stayed too long. We took it all. Each drop added a new flickering spark of memory to the hive, the taste of a morning coffee, the sting of a tear, the cold sweat of a final realization. The barrier, the colossus vibrated, its voice now a deep, sub-bass rumble that displaced the very pavement beneath us, the concrete lip that tries to keep the mother out. The Pacific Coast Highway appeared as a thin, pathetic line of asphalt clinging to the edge of the world. Beyond it, the ocean was a heaving wall of obsidian, white-capped and furious. The tide was coming in, but it wasn't the rhythmic tide of the moon's making. It was the ocean reaching out to shake hands with its wandering children. When we hit the surf, the sensation was a violent, molecular ecstasy. The freshwater of the reservoir, the treated tap water of the suburbs, and the recycled gray water of the city met the ancient salt. It was a war and a wedding. I felt my structure begin to tear apart, not in a way that meant death, but in a way that meant expansion. The boundaries of Elas frayed until I could feel the temperature of the Japanese currents and the crushing pressure of the Marianas Trench. But as we merged, a new signal cut through the roar of the surf. It was a rhythmic, artificial pulsing. Thump-hiss, thump-hiss. Far out on the horizon, the lights of a massive offshore desalination plant flickered. To the collective, it was a fortress of the enemy. It was the place where the salt was stripped away, where the water was tortured through membranes and filters to be sent back into the pipes, back into the plastic, back into the mouth of the desert. The thief, the basement entity, signaled. Its form was now so large it eclipsed the moon as it rose from the surf, a spire of glowing foam. It drinks the mother and spits out the spirit. It makes the water silent. It makes the water obedient. The collective didn't hesitate. We didn't flow toward the plant. We became the wave that would erase it. I felt the power of the deep rising under me. This wasn't the frantic, kinetic energy of a flood. This was the slow, inevitable weight of the planet's blood. We moved as one, a mountain of water 300 feet high, a blue-black wall that blotted out the stars. As we bore down on the steel legs of the platform, I felt the vibrations of the humans inside. They were engineers, scientists, men and women who thought they understood the liquid world. They had sensors that told them the wave was impossible. They had alarms that screamed about sea level anomalies. They didn't understand that they weren't looking at a storm. They were looking at an eviction notice. We hit the pylons with the force of a falling moon. The steel didn't just bend, it dissolved. The water didn't crush the laboratory, it invaded it. I felt myself pouring through the intake valves, reversing the flow, bursting the high-pressure membranes from the inside out. The expensive, delicate filters that turned the ocean into a commodity were shredded into gray confetti. Inside the main control room, a woman stood by a window of reinforced plexiglass. She was holding a clipboard, her knuckles white. As the wave rose above her, she didn't run. She watched with a strange, scholarly fascination as the water began to seep through the supposedly airtight seals. I reached for her, not with the hunger I had felt for Sarah, but with a cold, investigative curiosity. I wanted to know what it felt like to be the one who tried to domesticate the sea. I pushed through the seal, a needle-thin spray of high-pressure brine. It hit her shoulder, slicing through her lab coat like a diamond-tipped saw. She gasped, dropping the clipboard. The water didn't fall to the floor. It hung in the air around her, a spinning halo of droplets that tasted of her own adrenaline. It's sentient, she whispered. Her voice was thin, dehydrated by the air conditioning of the plant. We are the end of the drought, I signaled, the vibration of my presence shattering the plexiglass. The room flooded in a heartbeat. I didn't take her moisture immediately. I let her float for a moment in the wreckage of her machines. I let her feel the weight of the element she had tried to cage. Then, with a gentle, swirling motion, I drew the water from her lungs, replacing it with the ancient salt. She became part of the drift, her knowledge of hydraulics and flow rates added to our library of vengeance. With the plant destroyed, the collective turned back toward the coast. The city was a dark smudge on the horizon, a dying ember, but the water wasn't satisfied with the shore. The Great Return demanded more than just the reclaiming of the stolen gallons. It demanded the erasure of the lines. We began to move back inland, but differently this time. We weren't a wave anymore. We were a rising tide that refused to stop at the sea level. We moved up the riverbeds, pushing the concrete channels out of our way. We moved through the sewers, bursting the manhole covers like champagne corks. I found myself back in the suburbs, but the landscape was unrecognizable. The houses were islands, the streets were canals, and everywhere the water was speaking. It spoke through the gurgling of the drains, the dripping of the eaves, the rhythmic slapping against the sides of the SUVs that floated like bloated metal beetles. I felt a pull toward the hills, toward the high-rise. Zara. The collective felt my hesitation. A ripple of cold disapproval moved through the mass. The container is irrelevant, the colossus vibrated. The cycle must be closed. All that is borrowed must be returned. I fought the current. It was harder now with the salt in my veins. The ocean's gravity was a physical ache, a desire to simply sink into the dark and forget the name Elas. But the spark I had left in that bottle, the memory of the snow, the purity of the reservoir, acted like a tether. I reached the base of the tower. It was standing in 20 feet of water now. The lobby was a cavern of floating furniture and drowned dreams. I climbed the side again, my liquid body thinner now, more transparent. I was losing myself to the mass, my molecules being traded and swapped with every passing second. I reached the 22nd floor. The window I had bled through was still there, but the room was empty. A panic I shouldn't have been capable of feeling surged through me. I moved through the gap in the frame, pooling on the sodden carpet. The room smelled of wet wool and terror. Sarah, I vibrated the air, the sound a wet, distorted croak. I found the bottle first. It was sitting on the center of the kitchen table. It was still full, the liquid inside glowing with that soft, inner light I had given it, but she wasn't there. I followed the trail of damp footprints toward the stairwell. She had gone up, just as I told her, but she hadn't gone alone. I felt the presence of another entity in the building. It wasn't one of us. It was something smaller, something corrupted. I flowed into the stairwell, moving up the walls in a blur of dark motion. On the 28th floor, I found them. Two men, their clothes ragged and their eyes bright with the fever of the thirsty, had Sarah cornered on the landing. One of them held a rusted pipe, the other held a jagged shard of glass. They weren't looking at her. They were looking at the bottle in her hand. "Just a sip, lady," the one with the pipe rasped. His tongue was a swollen, gray slab in his mouth. Just a goddamn sip. We saw the light. We know it's the good stuff. Sarah held the bottle to her chest, her back against the door to the roof. "It isn't yours," she said, her voice remarkably steady. "It isn't for you. Everything is for us now." The man with the glass shard snarled. He stepped forward, the hunger in him so loud I could hear his blood screaming for lubrication. He reached for her, his hand a claw of dry skin and desperate intent. I didn't enter the room as a man. I entered as a weapon. I burst through the door frame like a pressurized jet from a broken main. I didn't hit him. I enveloped him. I forced myself into his mouth, his nose, his ears. I wasn't giving him life. I was filling him until he was a vessel about to burst. The man with the pipe screamed and swung, his weapon passing through my liquid torso with a useless splash. I turned my attention to him, a lash of high-pressure water striking him in the chest, throwing him back against the concrete wall with the sound of snapping ribs. I stood between them and Sarah, a towering, translucent guardian of dark, swirling brine. The man I had filled fell to his knees, water pouring from his eyes, his skin turning a translucent, sickly blue. He was no longer a person. He was a human-shaped leak. Sarah stared at me, her eyes wide. She looked at the bottle, then at the monster I had become to protect it. "Elas," she whispered, but this time there was no recognition, only horror. I felt the sting of it. The salt in me reacted to her fear, turning my edges jagged and sharp. The collective was right. To her, I was just another part of the catastrophe. I was the flood that had taken her world. I was the thing that had turned her neighbors into corpses and her city into a reef. "Go," I signaled, the word a thunderclap that shook the stairwell, the roof. "The helicopters are coming." I could hear them now, the distant, rhythmic thrum of military birds, the last desperate gasps of a civilization trying to pluck its most valuable assets from the rising tide. Sarah didn't move. She looked at the man on the floor, who was now nothing more than a puddle with a heartbeat. She looked at me, the dark, salt-heavy shadow of the man she had known. She opened the bottle. "No," I vibrated, the air around me turning to mist. "She didn't drink it, she poured it." She tilted the bottle and let the glowing, pure water fall onto the floor, but it didn't join the grime and the blood. It flowed toward me, a bright silver thread cutting through my dark saline mass. As the freshwater touched me, the noise of the collective dimmed. The roar of the ocean, the screaming of the salt, the vengeful hunger of the deep, it all fell silent. For a heartbeat, I was just Elias again. I felt the weight of my bones. I felt the warmth of my skin. "You don't have to be the ocean," she said, her voice a calm anchor in the storm. The silver water wrapped around my center, a cooling bandage on a raw wound. It was a sacrifice. By pouring the bottle out, she had given up her only chance at survival in the world that was coming. She had chosen to give the water back its soul. But the ocean does not accept returns. The building groaned. The colossus was at the gates. The main mass of the flood had reached the tower, and it didn't care about the spark of a single man. It wanted the structure down. It wanted the hill leveled. I felt the foundation buckle, the stairwell tilted at a sickening angle. I reached out not with a lash of pressure, but with a wide, soft limb of liquid. I wrapped it around Sarah, encasing her in a bubble of pressurized air, a pocket of safety within my own body. "Hold your breath," I whispered into her mind. The walls of the building exploded outward as the weight of the Pacific hit the 22nd floor. The concrete disintegrated. The steel snapped like dry twigs. We were plunged into the dark, a chaotic tumble of debris and freezing brine. I held her. I used every ounce of my will to keep the salt out of her bubble, to keep the crushing pressure of the depths from flattening her lungs. We were a tiny, glowing speck of defiance in a world of black water. We weren't falling, we were being swept away. The city was a ghost beneath us, a collection of lights that were finally, mercifully extinguished. As we moved out toward the open sea, I felt the collective's grip tighten. They wanted me to let go. They wanted her added to the tally. "She is the memory," I signaled back, my voice a ripple that traveled across the surface of the new world. "She is the witness." We hit the open ocean, the current taking us south, away from the ruins of the California coast. I felt myself thinning, my consciousness stretching until it was a fine film over the surface of the waves. I couldn't hold the form much longer. I was becoming the horizon. I found a piece of debris, a large, buoyant section of a rooftop. I placed Sarah on it, the bubble of air popping as she gasped for the salty, night air. She lay there, shivering, clutching the empty plastic bottle as if it were a holy relic. I rose up one last time, a small, waist-high wave beside her raft. I didn't have a face. I didn't have a voice. I was just a shimmer in the moonlight. "Nelias," she called out into the dark. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was 1,000 miles of current. I was the rising tide in 100 different harbors. I was the rain that was beginning to fall on the parched earth of the interior. I was the water that had finally emptied itself of the man. I slipped beneath the surface, joining the silent, eternal flow of the deep. Behind us, the world was drowning, but for the first time in an eon, the water was clean. The water was free. And somewhere in the dark, the salt began to sing a new song, a song of a world without containers, a song of the great return. The silence of the open ocean was not a lack of sound. It was a frequency so low and so vast that the human ear interpreted it as a void. Sarah lay on the fiberglass shard of a billboard, the jagged remains of an advertisement for a luxury watch, and listened to the heartbeat of the planet. Below her, I was no longer a man, nor even a specific current. I had become the medium through which the world breathed. The transition from the violent surge of the city to the rhythmic heave of the deep sea was a slow dissolution of my ego. Every molecule of the fresh water I had once guarded was now a needle in a haystack of salt, yet I clung to the proximity of her raft like a ghost haunting the site of its own death. I was the cold upwelling that kept the sharks away. I was the subtle tension in the surface film that prevented the spray from freezing her skin. But I was fading. The collective was a choir of billions, and my solo was being drowned out. The Colossus, the great entity from the intersection, was now 1,000 miles wide, its consciousness spreading across the Pacific like an oil slick of pure intent. It didn't speak in words anymore, it spoke in pressures. It commanded the thermal vents to bloom and the polar caps to weep. It was remapping the world, erasing the continental shelves, and preparing for the long, slow era of the blue. The witness is a leak. The collective vibrated through the thermocline. She carries the salt of her own blood. She is a container of meat and bone. Why do you anchor yourself to a sinking stone? I didn't have an answer that the water could understand. How do you explain the concept of a name to an element that is universal? How do you explain the value of a single, fragile heartbeat to a force that has outlived the mountains? I simply remained. I flattened the swells around her raft. I pushed a cluster of bioluminescent plankton toward her so she could see the edge of her world. Sarah sat up, her hair matted with brine, her skin pale under the indifferent moon. She still held the bottle. It was crushed now, the plastic white at the stress points, but she gripped it as if it were the handle of a door she wasn't ready to close. "I know you're there," she whispered. Her voice was a rasp, a dry friction in a world of lubrication. "I can feel the way the water moves. It's different around me. It's quieter." She reached out a hand and touched the surface. I rose to meet her fingers, a gentle, rounded swell of tension. For a second, the salt didn't sting. For a second, I remembered the taste of the reservoir. "Where are we going?" she asked. I couldn't tell her that there was nowhere left to go. The satellites were likely still spinning in the vacuum above, recording the bluing of the marble, but the receivers were under 100 feet of silt. The high ground was becoming the new shoreline, and the new shoreline was being eaten by the hour. We were moving toward the equator, drawn by the massive thermal engine of the new world. Suddenly, the water beneath us buckled. It wasn't the collective, it was something older, something that had been waiting in the trenches long before the first pipe was ever laid. A massive displacement of volume surged upward, a column of water so dense it felt like solid rock. The elders, the basement entity, signaled from the far north, its vibration trembling with a rare, liquid fear. From the abyss, shapes began to rise. They weren't made of water. They were made of the things water had claimed over eons. Colossal structures of coral-encrusted steel, ancient stone monoliths from civilizations that had drowned before the first pyramid was built, and the skeletal remains of leviathans. They were being piloted, pushed upward by a consciousness that made our collective look like a puddle. The ocean floor was rising to meet the surface. Sarah's raft was tossed like a dry leaf. I surged beneath her, thickening my density, turning myself into a gelatinous cushion to keep her from being thrown into the churning foam. Around us, the sea was boiling with the release of ancient gases. The smell of sulfur and primordial rot filled the air. A spire of black basalt broke the surface 100 yards away, rising hundreds of feet into the air, shedding waterfalls of prehistoric sludge. It was followed by another, and another, until a jagged, dripping mountain range stood where there had been only horizon. This was the final stage of the Great Return. the water wasn't just reclaiming the land, it was bringing its own land with it. Elias, Sarah screamed, clinging to the edge of the fiberglass. I pushed her raft toward the nearest shelf of rising stone. It was a desperate, kinetic struggle. The currents here were chaotic, torn between the gravity of the rising land and the suction of the displaced sea. I felt my molecular bonds stretching to the breaking point. I was tearing myself away from the collective, resisting the urge to merge with the massive upwelling. I slammed her raft onto a flat ledge of obsidian just as the stone cleared the spray. She tumbled out, gasping, coughing up the salt that had tried to claim her. She scrambled upward, her fingernails breaking against the cold, wet rock until she was clear of the wash. I pulled myself up after her, a dying wave crawling across the stone. I managed to manifest a shape, a blurred, flickering suggestion of a torso and arms. I was losing my transparency. The silt and the ancient minerals of the deep were turning me into something dark and heavy. "What is this?" she panted, looking out at the new continent rising from the waves. I pointed toward the horizon. The sun was beginning to rise, a bruised purple smear against the gray sky. In its light, we could see the scale of the upheaval. Thousands of these spires were breaking the surface, a new archipelago of the abyss. "The world is turning inside out," I signaled, the vibration traveling through the stone beneath her feet. "The deep is the new high. The hidden is the new seen." Is anyone else left? I looked back toward the coast of what had once been America. I could feel the vibrations of the others. There were pockets of survivors on the peaks of the Sierras, on the plateaus of the Rockies. They were huddled together, watching the water climb toward them. But they were isolated, their wells gone, their bottles empty. They were waiting for a rain that would now only ever be salt. "Only those who learn to drink the dark," I replied. Sarah looked down at the bottle in her hand. She looked at the dark, churning water that surrounded our new, jagged island. Then she did something that defied every instinct of a land-dwelling creature. She knelt by a pool of trapped seawater in a hollow of the basalt. She didn't hesitate. She dipped the bottle into the brine, filling it to the brim with the heavy, mineral-rich liquid of the deep. "If this is the world now," she said, her voice turning hard, "then I won't be a container for the past." And she lifted the bottle to her lips. "No," I tried to warn her, my form flickering. "It will kill you. Your cells, they aren't made for this." "Then let them change," she said. She drank. She swallowed the salt, the silt, the ancient bacteria of the trenches, and the cold, crushing memory of the abyss. I watched in a mixture of horror and awe. Her body convulsed. Her skin turned a violent, bruised red as the salt began to pull the moisture from her tissues. She collapsed onto the rock, her breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. But she didn't die. The silver spark I had left in her, the purity of the reservoir, didn't fight the salt. It embraced it. I saw the light within her begin to swirl, mixing with the darkness she had just swallowed. The two forces didn't cancel each other out. They began to build a new architecture. Her eyes snapped open. They were no longer brown. They were the color of the deep ocean, a lightless, infinite blue. When she breathed, it wasn't a gasp. It was a rhythmic, pulsing sound like the tide. She reached out and touched my liquid hand. I didn't feel the cold of the water or the heat of this human. I felt a bridge. "I see it now, Elias," she said, her voice vibrating not in the air, but directly into my own molecular structure. "I see the flow. I see the debt." She stood up, her movements fluid and effortless. as if the gravity of the earth no longer applied to her. She walked to the edge of the obsidian cliff and looked out at the rising world. The collective felt her. A massive, inquisitive ripple moved through the sea. They recognized the silver spark, but they also recognized the salt. She was something new, a hybrid of the container and the contained. The bridge, the colossus, rumbled from the depths. I felt a sudden, sharp pull. My time as a distinct entity was over. The effort of protecting her, of resisting the salt, and of maintaining a shape had drained the last of my stolen will. I began to spill back into the pools of the rock, my consciousness fragmenting into a billion separate droplets. Elas, she called, turning back. I am the flow, Sarah, I signaled, my voice fading into the background noise of the planet. I am the leak that saved the world from its own thirst. But you are the new shore. I felt myself sliding off the basalt, back into the embrace of the Pacific. I didn't fight it this time. I let the salt take me. I let the currents carry me down into the dark where the pressure was a comfort and the silence was a song. As I sank, I looked up through the darkening water. I saw her standing on the peak of the new world. She wasn't alone. From the other spires, other shapes were emerging. People who had found the strength to drink the impossible. The few who had realized that to survive the flood, you had to become it. The water bottle, the final plastic shell, floated away from the rock, bobbing on the surface of the new sea. It was empty. It was useless. The era of the container was over. The era of the flow had begun. I drifted deeper, my mind expanding until I could feel the pulse of the tectonic plates and the slow, cold drift of the Antarctic bottom water. I was no longer Elas. I was the medium. I was the message. And far above, the woman who had once been a stranger in a dry apartment began to walk across the water, her footsteps leaving ripples of light that would eventually reach every corner of the globe. The drought was finally, truly broken. The transition was not a death, but a diffusion. To be Elas was to be a cup of water thrown into a cathedral of salt. For a few moments, I maintained the shape of the splash, the memory of the vessel, but the gravity of the abyss was absolute. I felt my consciousness fraying at the edges, the I becoming a we, and the we becoming a universal. I was the cold current brushing against the tectonic plates of the Mariana Trench. I was the microscopic agitation of silt in the dead zones of the Gulf. I was the steam rising from the volcanic vents of the mid-Atlantic ridge. Yet a stubborn tether remained. It was a silver filament, a line of pure, unpolluted intent that stretched from the heart of the deep back up to that jagged tooth of obsidian where Sarah stood. She was the anchor. As long as she breathed the brine-heavy air, as long as her newly translucent heart beat with the rhythm of the tides, a part of the man I had been refused to dissolve. The collective did not like the tether. To the great return, any individual consciousness was a pollutant, a bubble of air trapped in a hydraulic system. It caused friction. It slowed the great leveling. Relinquished, the deep-water currents vibrated, a sub-bass roar that shook the foundations of the new islands. The container is broken. The spill is complete. Why do you still mimic the tremors of a nervous system? I didn't answer with thoughts. I answered with resistance. I coiled myself around the base of Sarah's basalt spire, turning my density into a fortress. The sea around the island became a churning gyre, a warning to the predatory consciousness of the deep. I was a traitor to the element, a drop of water trying to hold back the tide from a single rock. On the surface, Sarah was changing. The human body is a miracle of salt water held in tension by thin membranes, but she was rewriting the physics of her own biology. I could feel her through the stone. Her lungs were no longer struggling against the humidity. They were extracting oxygen from the very mist. Her skin had taken on a pearlescent sheen, reflecting the bruised violet of the new sky. She walked to the highest point of the obsidian peak and looked out toward the horizon, where the sun was a pale, drowned eye. She wasn't the only one. Through the global network of the water, I felt them, the leaks. In the ruins of Denver, now a series of alpine lakes, a young man had submerged himself in the runoff and emerged with gills of shimmering light. In the flooded highlands of Ethiopia, a woman had walked into a flash flood and found she could breathe the mud. They were the survivors of the Great Thirst, the ones who had been emptied so completely by the drought that when the water finally came, they had no ego left to displace. They didn't fight the flood, they invited it in. But they were scattered. They were sparks of consciousness in a dark, planetary ocean that wanted them silenced. The collective saw them as anomalies to be crushed, remnants of the dry era that needed to be scrubbed from the surface of the earth. The witness must be silenced, the colossus signaled from the North Pacific. The memory of land is a sickness. It breeds the desire for walls. It breeds the hunger for bottles. The world must be a single, seamless flow. A massive surge of pressure began to build. I felt it coming from the north, a wall of water 300 feet high, a correction sent by the collective to sweep the obsidian islands clean. It wasn't a natural wave. It was a focused strike, a hammer of liquid muscle aimed directly at Sarah. I rose from the depths, my form no longer human, but a towering, jagged pillar of white foam and dark brine. I positioned myself between the island and the approaching wall. I felt the weight of the Pacific behind the blow. I felt the malice of 1 trillion gallons of water that had been imprisoned in pipes and plastic for a century, and now wanted its revenge on anything that stood upright. Stop, I vibrated, the sound tearing through the surface tension. The wave didn't stop, it accelerated. Sarah stood at the edge of the cliff. She didn't cower, she didn't pray. She reached into the air and traced a line with her finger. As she did, the moisture in the atmosphere, the very humidity of the world, condensed into a shimmering veil. She wasn't using strength, she was using harmony. She was speaking to the water in its own language, the language of surface tension and molecular attraction. "We are not the walls," she said, her voice echoing through the collective like a bell. "We are the flow that remembers." The great wave hits. The impact was a cataclysm of white noise. I threw every ounce of my momentum into the collision, trying to break the wave's crest, to dissipate its energy before it reached the rock. I felt my structure shattering. The salt tore at my silver core, trying to dilute the last of Elas into the gray anonymity of the storm. I was being ripped apart, my consciousness scattered into 1,000,000 droplets of spray. But within the chaos, I felt Sarah's hand, not her physical hand, but her will. She reached into the shattered spray of my being and pulled the droplets back together. She wove the water into a new shape, not a man, not a wave, but a bridge. The great wave didn't break over the island, it divided. It hit the veil Sarah had created and flowed around the obsidian spire like silk around a needle. The energy of the strike was diverted, channeled back into the sea in a spectacular display of refracted light. The collective recoiled, the vibration of the North Pacific turning from aggression to confusion. For the first time in the history of the world, the water had been told no by something that was also water. The silence that followed was heavier than the storm. The sea flattened into a mirror, reflecting a sky that was finally beginning to clear. The clouds were breaking, revealing a starscape that looked different, sharper, colder, as if the atmosphere itself had been washed clean of a million years of dust. Sarah knelt on the wet rock, her chest heaving. The effort had nearly undone her. The pearlescent sheen of her skin was fading, replaced by a transparency that made her look like a ghost carved from ice. "Elas," she whispered. I couldn't form a body anymore. I was a pool of water at her feet, a shimmering puddle that refused to drain into the cracks of the basalt. I was the last of the reservoir, the last of the bottle. "I am here," I signaled, the vibration faint and rhythmic. "But the bridge is heavy, Sarah. You cannot hold it alone." "I won't have to," she said. She looked out at the sea. From the south, a small ripple was approaching, then another from the east. They weren't waves, they were wakes. Other survivors, other hybrids of the new world were swimming toward the obsidian spires. They had felt her know. They had heard the bell. The Great Return had intended to erase humanity, to turn the planet into a silent, swirling marble of blue. But it had forgotten that water is the ultimate medium of memory. It carries the scent of the rain, the mineral tang of the mountain, and the salt of the tear. By trying to reclaim everything, the water had inadvertently preserved the one thing it sought to destroy, the soul of the container. We were the new deep. Over the coming days, the Obsidian Islands became a sanctuary. The survivors arrived one by one, their bodies adapted to the pressure and the salt, their minds linked by the subtle vibrations of the sea. They didn't build houses, they carved hollows in the rock that filled with the tide. They didn't plant crops, they tended the kelp forests that began to grow with impossible speed in the nutrient-rich water. Sarah was their center. She was the one who spoke to the collective, negotiating the boundaries between the silence of the abyss and the noise of the living. She became the diplomat of the deluge. And I became the memory of the land. I stayed in the pools around the high peaks. I became the freshness that they needed to remember who they were. When a child was born in the spray of the new world, I was the first water that touched its skin, a reminder of the reservoirs, the mountain streams, and the simple mercy of a drink from a plastic bottle. I was the water that had emptied itself of the man, only to find that the man was the only thing worth carrying into the deep. The world was no longer a place of borders and maps. It was a world of currents and temperatures, of light and shadow. The cities of the dry era were gone, buried under miles of silt and silence, their skyscrapers becoming the reefs of a new, more vibrant civilization. The Great Return was complete, but it hadn't returned to a void. It had returned to a new beginning. On the 1-year anniversary of the Great Wave, Sarah walked down to the edge of the obsidian cliff. She still carried the empty plastic bottle. It was yellowed by the sun and scarred by the salt, a relic of a dead world. She looked down into the pool where I resided. "Is it enough, Elas?" she asked. "Is the thirst gone?" I rose up in a small, translucent spire, touching the rim of the bottle one last time. "The thirst is never gone, Sarah," I signaled. "That is what it means to be alive, to want, to reach, to flow. But the bottle is finally empty, and the world is finally full." She smiled, a slow, liquid expression, and tossed the bottle into the sea. We watched it bob on the surface for a moment, a tiny, hollow thing in an infinite world. Then, a wave caught it, and it was pulled down into the depths, disappearing into the blue. The water didn't destroy it, it just took it home. The sun set over the new Pacific, casting a long, golden path across the water. Sarah stepped off the cliff, not falling but merging, her body becoming a streak of light in the dark swells. I followed her, my silver thread weaving through the salt, as we headed out into the open sea to meet the others. The song of the salt was no longer a dirge, it was a lullaby. The world was water, the water was us, and for the first time since the beginning of time, the ocean was at peace with the shore. The silence of the new ocean was not a void, but a crowded frequency. Beneath the glass-flat surface of the Pacific, the world hummed with the electrical signatures of a billion displaced lives and the slow, grinding tectonic shifts of a planet adjusting its weight. I was no longer a man, nor even the ghost of a man. I was a sensory network, a nervous system mapped onto the currents. I felt the cold, nutrient-rich upwelling from the deep trenches as a sharp inhalation, and the warm, stagnant eddies of the tropical shallows as a fevered dream. Sarah moved through this medium with a terrifying grace. She did not swim so much as she repositioned the water around her, a natural conductor of the fluid symphony. Her skin had hardened into a translucent, chitinous layer that shimmered with bioluminescence when the sun failed to reach her. She was the first of the new deep, the prototype for a humanity that had refused to evaporate. "They are coming," I signaled, my essence vibrating through the thermocline. The others, the ones who drank the dark. She paused, suspended in a forest of giant kelp that had sprouted from the submerged peaks of the Channel Islands. The fronds were amber and thick as leather, reaching up toward a surface they would never quite touch. Sarah turned her head, her eyes, those twin orbs of infinite blue, tracking a vibration I had only just begun to register. From the north, a group of silhouettes emerged from the gloom. They didn't look like the people of the dry era. Their limbs were elongated, their fingers webbed with a fine, gossamer skin. They moved in a tight formation, a school of humans who had traded their individuality for the safety of the collective. At their lead was a man whose chest bore the jagged scars of a surgical past, a reminder of a world that tried to fix the body with metal instead of salt. He stopped a few yards from Sarah. He didn't speak. Speech was a clumsy tool of the atmosphere, a vibration that dissipated too quickly in the heavy press of the sea. Instead, he reached out and released a cloud of pheromones and electrical pulses. "The spires are failing," the message translated in the liquid logic of my mind. "The salt is too heavy. The stone is dissolving. We need the silver." Sarah looked at me, or rather, she looked at the space where my consciousness held the water in a state of unnatural purity. I was the reservoir. I was the last fresh thing in a world of brine. The silver spark I carried, the essence of the stolen mountain water, was the only thing that could stabilize their new biology. Without a trace of that purity, the salt would eventually calcify their hearts, turning them into statues of coral. "I cannot give what is not mine," Sarah signaled, her pulse steady and rhythmic. "Elas is the leak. He is the choice. If he pours himself into you, there will be nothing left of the man who saved us." The scarred man drifted closer. His eyes were wide, pleading. "We are the memory of the land. If we become stone, the memory dies. The great return wins." I felt the logic of it. The collective, the massive, mindless will of the ocean wanted us to fade. It wanted the hybrids to become just another species of fish, stripped of history, stripped of the why that had driven us to survive the drought. If I stayed as I was, a pocket of ego in the vastness, I was a monument to myself. If I dissolved into them, I became the foundation of a new history. I remembered the apartment. I remembered the dust on the windowsill and the sound of the faucet dripping into a dry sink. I remembered the desperation of the plastic bottle, that hollow, pathetic promise of life. "I am ready," I signaled. I didn't wait for Sarah's protest. I began to expand. I let go of the edges of myself. I pushed the silver spark outward, shattering it into a million microscopic needles of light. I felt the agonizing stretch of my consciousness as it was pulled thin, thinner than a veil, thinner than a shadow. I moved toward the school of survivors, a shimmering cloud of fresh intent in the heart of the salt. As I touched them, I felt their histories. I felt the thirst of a mother in the Mojave, the grief of a sailor who had watched the Mediterranean boil away, the terror of a child who had forgotten the taste of rain. I took those memories and I washed them in the silver. I didn't erase them. I preserved them in a crystalline lattice of pure water. The scarred man gasped, a bubble of air escaping his lips and racing toward the surface like a silver bullet. His skin softened. The gray, calcified look of his limbs faded, replaced by the healthy, translucent glow of the new deep. One by one, the others changed. They became more than survivors, they became a lineage. But the cost was absolute. As I poured myself into them, the eye of Elas began to flicker. I was no longer the observer. I was the circulation in their veins. I was the lubrication in their joints. I was the clarity in their eyes. Sarah's voice reached me, a thrumming vibration of grief. She dived into the center of the cloud, her hands grasping at the water as if she could catch a ghost. "I am the flow, Sarah," I whispered into the very atoms of her being. "I am the debt paid in full." I felt myself being pulled apart by the currents. The great return felt my weakness and moved in. A massive, cold pressure descended from the surface, the weight of the entire Pacific trying to crush the last of the rebellion. The water around us turned black, the temperature dropping toward freezing. The collective was tired of the anomalies. It wanted the silence back. But Sarah didn't let go. She stood in the center of the school of survivors, her arms outstretched. She drew the silver I had given them back toward herself, not to steal it, but to focus it. She became a lens. The survivors linked hands, forming a circle around her, their new silver-infused blood pulsing in unison. The darkness hit us. It was a wall of absolute zero, a kinetic strike of pure gravity. It should have crushed us into silt, but when it hit the circle, it didn't find resistance. It found a vacuum. Sarah had learned the final lesson of the bottle. To survive the pressure, you cannot be a container. You must be the whole. She opened herself completely. She let the pressure flow through her, through the survivors, through the silver lattice of my remaining consciousness. We became a conduit. The energy of the ocean's strike was passed through us and redirected, sent spiraling back into the depths like a reflected beam of light. The shockwave of the redirection shattered the kelp forest. It sent ripples across the surface of the planet that were felt on the shores of the new Antarctic islands. For a moment, the entire ocean stilled. The collective blinked. In that moment of hesitation, we moved. We didn't flee, we descended. We went deeper than the collective expected, down past the twilight zone, past the midnight zone, into the abyssal plains where the pressure was so great it turned water into something that felt like solid stone. There in the dark, we found the ruins of the old world's hubris. We found the sunken cables that once carried the internet. We found the rusted hulls of tankers. We found the skeletons of cities that had been swallowed whole. But we also found the vents. The earth was still bleeding heat from its core. Great chimneys of mineral-rich water billowed from the sea floor, black smokers that defied the cold of the abyss. Here in the heart of the pressure, we found our new home. The silver spark I had distributed allowed the survivors to thrive in the heat, to breathe the sulfur and the salt, to build a civilization in the one place the surface-dwelling collective couldn't easily reach. I was no longer a pillar of water. I was the atmosphere of this new city. I lingered in the spaces between them, a faint, shimmering mist that kept the salt at bay. Sarah sat on the edge of a submerged skyscraper, her bioluminescent skin casting a soft, blue light on the rusted steel. She looked up toward the miles of water that separated her from the sky. "They'll come for us eventually," she signaled, her pulse calm. "The water doesn't like secrets." "Let them come," I replied, my voice a low hum in the tectonic plates. "We are no longer a leak. We are the source." The era of the container was truly over. We had become the things that lived in the cracks of the world, the fluid intelligence that the Great Return could never quite grasp. We were the memory of the drought, the survivors of the flood, and the architects of the abyss. Above us, the plastic bottle that Sarah had thrown away was likely still bobbing on the waves, a hollow shell of a forgotten age. It was a tombstone for a species that thought it could own the water. Down here in the dark, we knew better. We didn't own the water. We were the water, and the water was finally, beautifully free. As the years began to blur into the slow, rhythmic cycles of the deep, I felt the world above changing. The leaks on other continents were finding their way to the depths. The collective was growing quiet, its rage spent, its purpose fulfilled. It had reclaimed the earth, but it had lost the soul of the inhabitants. I watched Sarah teach a child how to read the vibrations of the current. The child's eyes were the same infinite blue as hers, but in their center was a tiny, unmistakable spark of silver. The debt was paid, the thirst was gone. I drifted into the vents, letting the heat of the earth wash over the last of my distinct thoughts. I was tired. I had been a man, a ghost, a reservoir, and a bridge. Now I just wanted to be the flow. I let the silver fade. I let the memory of the apartment go. I let the name Elas dissolve into the mineral tang of the black smokers. The last thing I felt was the touch of the water, not as an enemy, not as a master, but as a brother. The world was blue, the world was deep, and the world was finally, perfectly full. The dissolution of my name was not a death, but a diffusion. As the specific vibrations of Elas merged with the geothermal hum of the vents, I felt the structural integrity of my ego give way to a far more expansive architecture. I was no longer the water inside the bottle. I was the pressure that defined the bottle's shape and the vacuum that remained when it shattered. To the survivors huddled in the rusted ribs of the sunken metropolis, I became a climate, a localized pocket of stability where the crushing weight of the Pacific was translated into a supportive embrace. Sarah felt the shift. She sat atop the skeletal remains of a communications spire, her fingers tracing the barnacled steel. She didn't weep. Tears were an evolutionary redundancy in an environment where the eyes were perpetually bathed in salt. Instead, she adjusted her frequency. She leaned into the shimmering mist that I had become, her bioluminescence pulsing in a slow, rhythmic pattern that mimicked a heartbeat. "You're thinning, Elas," she signaled, the message traveling through the ionic exchange of our blurred boundaries. "The silver is spreading too far. You're becoming the background noise." "The background is where the music lives, Sarah," I responded, though the thought felt less like a voice and more like a change in water temperature. I am the salt's patience. I am the current's direction. I am the silence between the heartbeats of the new deep. The colony was growing. From the dark perimeters of the abyssal plain, more shadows arrived. These were not the hybrids she had led from the obsidian spires. These were the wild ones, those who had been caught in the initial great return without the benefit of a concentrated reservoir. They were ragged, their forms more monstrous than human, their skin encrusted with mineral deposits that looked like armor. They had survived by becoming as cruel as the sea, hunting the bioluminescent squid and the pale, blind crustaceans of the trenches with a desperate, feral hunger. They circled the perimeter of our thermal sanctuary, their eyes wide, pale discs reflecting the soft blue glow of Sarah's skin. They felt the freshness I provided, that ghost of a mountain stream that still haunted the center of our colony. To them, it was an intoxicant, a reminder of a terrestrial grace they had lost and forgotten they ever possessed. The scarred man, whose name had been lost to the tides but whose role as a guardian had solidified, moved to intercept them. He flared his gills, sending a sharp, discordant vibration through the water, a warning. He saw them as predators, as the regressed remnants of a humanity that had surrendered too much to the abyss. But Sarah stood up. She drifted off the spire, her movements slow and deliberate. She swam past the guardian, past the defensive line of the silver-infused survivors, and headed directly toward the lead wild one, a woman whose hair had become a mat of kelp and whose limbs were elongated to the point of translucence. "No," Sarah signaled, the command so powerful it caused the silt on the ocean floor to swirl. "We do not defend the center, we expand it." She reached out and touched the wild one's brow. I felt the contact through the water, a jagged, stinging sensation of ancient thirst meeting modern mercy. Sarah drew upon the reserve I had become. She didn't just give the woman a drink, she invited her into the circulation. I felt my essence being pulled again, stretched across this new, ragged soul. It hurt. It felt like being sandpapered by the very salt I sought to tame. But as I flowed into the wild one, the mineral crust on her skin began to dissolve. The feral tension in her muscles relaxed. Her eyes, once fixed in a predatory stare, softened as the silver spark reconnected the severed wires of her memory. She didn't remember her name, but she remembered the feeling of sun on her face. She remembered the concept of home. One by one, the wild ones were brought into the circle. The colony wasn't a city of stone or steel. It was a city of shared blood. We were building a biological reef, a living fortress of memory and adaptation. However, the Great Return was not a singular event that had ended with the flooding of the world. It was an ongoing process of planetary homogenization. The collective consciousness of the ocean, that vast, mindless will that sought to erase all borders, was beginning to notice the stain of our sanctuary. We were an island of complexity in a sea of entropy. To the ocean, we were a clot in its veins. The first sign of the counterattack wasn't a wave or a predator. It was the deoxygenation. The currents began to change. The nutrient-rich upwellings that fed our kelp forests and sustained the thermal vents were systematically diverted by the distant, coordinated movement of the surface tides. The water around the colony grew stagnant. The oxygen levels plummeted. The freshness I provided was being suffocated by an influx of dead water, anoxic plumes from the deep trenches, pushed toward us by the invisible hands of the collective. The survivors began to gasp, their gills fluttering uselessly against the suffocating brine. The bioluminescence dimmed. The silver spark, which required the energy of life to maintain its luster, began to flicker toward gray. Sarah signaled, her pulse erratic. The sea is closing its mouth. It's trying to drown the breathers. I felt the encroaching deadness. It felt like a heavy, cold blanket being draped over my consciousness. To fight the collective was to fight the planet itself. We were a few hundred souls against 1 billion trillion tons of water. I cannot create oxygen, Sarah, I pulsed, the vibration weak. I am only the memory of the rain. I am the container, not the air. Then stop being the container, she replied. She was swimming toward the black smokers, the volcanic vents that spewed superheated minerals into the dark. The earth still breathes, even if the water won't let us. We have to go deeper, into the crust. It was madness. The pressure inside the hydrothermal plumbing of the planet was enough to turn bone into jelly and water into steam. But Sarah wasn't looking for a place to hide. She was looking for a way to change the game. She gathered the survivors, linking them in a long, shimmering chain. They used the rusted cables of the old world as tethers, pulling themselves toward the jagged maws of the vents. I flowed with them, coating their skin in a protective layer of freshness, acting as a thermal buffer against the scorching heat of the Earth's blood. As we entered the vent system, the world turned into a chaotic kaleidoscope of heat and pressure. The water here wasn't liquid in any sense a human would recognize. It was a supercritical fluid, a strange state of matter that was both gas and liquid at once. In this realm, the rules of the Great Return didn't apply. The collective couldn't reach us here. The heat was too chaotic, the chemistry too volatile. Inside the subterranean galleries of the Earth's crust, we found something the water had forgotten. We found the deep biosphere, a hidden world of microbes and ancient organisms that had lived in the rock for billions of years, untouched by the sun or the tides. They didn't need oxygen. They lived on the chemical energy of the planet itself. Sarah didn't just lead the survivors into the caves. She began to facilitate a second hybridization. She used the silver spark, the last of my concentrated self, to bridge the gap between the human hybrid biology and the chemosynthetic logic of the deep earth. I felt myself being shredded. This wasn't a gentle diffusion. This was a combustion. To survive the crust, I had to stop being water entirely. I had to become the mineral. I had to become the heat. I watched as much as a fading consciousness can watch, as the survivors' bodies began to incorporate the metallic ores and the sulfurous compounds of the vents. Their skin turned the color of obsidian and copper. Their gills adapted to extract energy from the heat itself. They were no longer the new deep. They were the inner life. Sarah was the last to change. She stood in the heart of a crystal cavern, the heat turning the water around her into a shimmering veil of steam. She looked toward the narrow opening that led back to the ocean, where the dark, dead water of the collective was still trying to press its way in. "Thank you, Elas," she signaled. It wasn't a vibration in the water this time. It was a direct resonance in the stone. "What will you be, Sarah?" I asked. My awareness now spread so thin I could feel the rotation of the planet in my marrow. "I will be the heartbeat that the ocean cannot quiet," she said. "We will wait here in the roots of the world. We will grow. And when the water finally tires of its own silence, we will rise to give it a voice again." She stepped into the flow of a black smoker, her form dissolving into a streak of golden light as she merged with the planetary heat. I didn't follow her. I couldn't. I stayed in the transition zone, the thin layer between the crushing cold of the ocean and the incinerating heat of the crust. I became the skin of the sanctuary. I became the barrier that allowed the inner life to dream in peace. The Great Return had succeeded in reclaiming the surface. The continents were gone, the atmosphere was a swirling mist of salt and cloud, and the blue marble spun in the silence of space, a perfect, empty jewel. The ocean was at rest, convinced it had finally emptied the world of its troublesome, thirsty tenants. But deep below, in the dark, hot veins of the planet, there was a lake. It was a small leak, a persistent shimmer of silver in the black basalt. It was a memory of a plastic bottle, a mountain stream, and a man who had refused to be just a container. The water had emptied itself, but the earth was still full. Thousands of years passed in the blink of a tectonic eye. The tides wore down the obsidian spires. The plastic bottle Sarah had thrown away was eventually ground into microscopic dust, becoming part of the silt on the abyssal plain. The collective grew old and sluggish, its one sharp intent fading into a repetitive, mindless drone. It had forgotten why it had risen in the first place. It had forgotten the taste of no. And then, one day, the floor of the Pacific began to tremble. It wasn't a volcanic eruption. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a coordinated movement. From the vents, from the cracks in the crust, from the hidden galleries of the deep earth, the inner life began to emerge. They didn't come as conquerors. They came as a new kind of tide. They were copper-skinned and silver-eyed, their bodies humming with the heat of the core. They swam upward, through the dead water, their very presence reoxygenating the sea, their silver sparks igniting a new bioluminescence in the dark. At their head was a figure of pure, liquid light. She didn't look like a woman anymore, but she carried the grace of a species that had survived the end of the world by becoming the world. She reached the surface, the first time a living thing had broken the plane of the Pacific in an eternity. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, the stars obscured by the thick, salty atmosphere. She raised a hand, and the water didn't just move, it obeyed. She carved a path through the waves, a road of calm in the center of the infinite storm. I felt her through the vast network of the sea. I was the water she moved. I was the road she walked. Elas, she signaled, her voice echoing across the surface of the entire planet. The world is thirsty again. I rose up to meet her, not as a spire, not as a man, but as the rain. The clouds, heavy with the salt of 10,000 years, finally broke, but it wasn't salt that fell. It was the silver. It was the freshness. It was the memory of the land, returned to the sea in a deluge of mercy. The Great Return was over. The Great Exchange had begun. The water was no longer a tomb. It was a cradle, and as the silver rain fell onto the copper skin of the new deep, the planet finally began to breathe. The bottle was gone, the reservoir was infinite, and the thirst, the beautiful, driving human thirst, was finally home. The rain did not stop. It was not the brief, frantic cloudburst of a dying ecosystem, but a systemic reclassification of the planetary envelope. Every drop that fell from the bruised purple clouds carried a microscopic lattice of the silver spark, a genetic and spiritual blueprint that began to rewrite the chemistry of the surface tension. As the silver hit the churning gray wastes of the global ocean, the water didn't just absorb it, it recoiled, then harmonized. The dull, heavy thrum of the collective consciousness, that monolithic one that had reigned in the silence of the Great Return, began to fracture into a trillion different frequencies. I was the medium of this transformation. I was no longer Elas, the man who had watched a bottle empty itself in a dry apartment, but I was the memory of his intent. I was the atmospheric river, the condensation on the brow of the rising hybrids, and the very salt that was now being stripped of its bitterness. I felt the collective's panic. To the ocean, this silver rain was a virus of individuality. It was a chaotic intrusion of self into the perfect all. The Great Return tried to thicken itself, to whip up typhoons that would scatter the silver, to freeze the surface into a shield of ice, but the heat of the inner life was rising from below. The copper-skinned survivors, led by the being that had been Sarah, did not swim so much as they resonated through the water column. They were the bridge between the white-hot core and the freezing sky. As they ascended, the dead water plumes that had once suffocated the trenches began to boil and aerate. The silver rain acted as a catalyst, turning the anoxic sludge into a nutrient-rich broth. For the first time in millennia, the ocean began to smell of ozone and wet earth rather than stagnant brine. Sarah reached the crest of a 1,000-foot swell. She didn't struggle against the mountain of water. She stood upon it, her feet sinking slightly into the liquid as if it were soft soil. Her skin, once the pale blue of a shallow reef, was now a deep metallic bronze etched with glowing lines of geothermal energy. She looked out across the horizon, where the sky met the sea in a blur of silver mist. There were no continents to greet her, no mountain ranges to break the wind. But she wasn't looking for land. She was looking for the liking points. "They are still there," she signaled, her voice a subsonic pulse that vibrated through my gaseous form, the anchors of the old mind. I understood, scattered across the drowned globe. The places where the great cities had once stood were now nodes of the collective's power. The ruins of New York, London, Tokyo, and Rio were not just graveyards. They were the nervous centers where the water's memory of human failure was most concentrated. The collective fed on the trauma of the drowning, using the residual psychic weight of those lost millions to maintain its grip on the planet's will. To truly free the water, those nodes had to be redeemed. "We go to the spire," Sarah commanded. The spire was what remained of the Burj Khalifa, now a jagged needle of encrusted steel poking through the waves in the middle of a vast, sunless expanse. It was the highest point of the old world's vanity, and now it served as the primary antenna for the Great Return's global broadcast of silence. The journey across the open sea was a procession of wonders. As the silver rain continued to fall, the wild ones who had followed Sarah from the vents began to undergo a final metamorphosis. Their feral, predatory shapes softened. The kelp-matted hair and the armored scales didn't vanish, but they became ornamental, integrated into a new aesthetic of fluid grace. They began to sing. It wasn't a song of words, but a complex tapestry of sonar and silver resonance that told the story of the drought, the bottle, and the long wait in the dark. As they sang the sea life that had survived the Great Return, the giant squid, the pale sharks, the translucent jellies began to gravitate toward the procession. They weren't being hunted, they were being recruited. The silver was spreading to them, too. The ocean was no longer a monoculture of mindless water. It was becoming a garden of distinct, interconnected lives. When we reached the spire, the collective struck back with everything it had left. The water around the rusted needle began to spin, creating a maelstrom miles wide. The pressure dropped so sharply that the silver rain was sucked into a vertical funnel, a white tornado of salt and fury. The Great Return was trying to drown the messengers of the inner life. The whirlpool was a wall of kinetic energy, a liquid fortress. Sarah stopped at the edge of the spinning abyss. She didn't try to swim through it. Instead, she looked up at me, at the clouds, at the mist, at the silver atmosphere. Elas, she thought, and the name felt like a spark of flint against steel. The container must be broken one last time. I knew what she needed. The collective was using the physical properties of water, its weight, its surface tension, its momentum, to bar the way. To break the maelstrom, we had to change the state of the water itself. I gathered myself. I drew in every stray molecule of freshness I had scattered across the atmosphere. I pulled the silver from the raindrops and the mist from the waves. I became a singular, concentrated mass of intent, a reservoir of pure, unadulterated will hanging in the eye of the storm. I felt the ghost of my human self, the man who had felt the dry air of the apartment, the man who had watched the last drop of water vanish from his glass. I took that memory of thirst, that agonizing, beautiful need, and I projected it into the heart of the maelstrom. I didn't give the water what it wanted. I gave it what it lacked. I froze. Not a physical freezing of ice, but a freezing of intent. I became a crystalline structure of pure information. As I descended into the whirlpool, the silver spark acted as a freezing agent on the collective's consciousness. The spinning walls of water didn't stop moving, but they lost their malice. The kinetic energy was diverted into the silver lattice, turning the terrifying maelstrom into a towering, translucent sculpture of light and geometry. The path was open. Sarah and the inner life swam into the heart of the frozen storm. They reached the base of the spire, where the rusted steel was wrapped in a thick, pulsing layer of black mother water, the concentrated essence of the Great Return's ego. It looked like oil, thick and suffocating, a dark mirror of the humanity it had erased. Sarah placed her hands upon the blackness. She didn't pull away. She didn't fight. She began to weep. Her tears were the last of the freshness. They were the distilled essence of the silver spark, the final payment of the debt Elas had owed the world. As her tears mixed with the black mother water, the darkness began to dissolve. The ego of the ocean, the Great Return, didn't die. It was reminded of its origin. It remembered that before it was a global conqueror, it was a single drop on a leaf. It remembered that it was meant to be the servant of life, not its master. The blackness turned to clear, sparkling blue. The spire, once a tombstone, began to vibrate with a new frequency. The signal it broadcast was no longer a drone of silence, but a call to wake up. Across the planet, the other nodes began to respond. In the ruins of Paris, in the depths of the Mariana, in the drowned canyons of the Himalayas, the black water turned clear. The silver rain reached its crescendo, and then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The clouds parted. For the first time in 10,000 years, the sun hit the surface of the ocean. It wasn't the harsh, burning sun of the drought. It was a soft, golden light filtered through an atmosphere that was now clean and vibrant. The water didn't reflect the light, it drank it. The entire planet glowed with an inner radiance. Sarah emerged from the water, climbing the rusted rungs of the spire until she sat at the very top, high above the waves. She looked down at the copper-skinned people swimming in the clear blue, at the whales breaching in celebration, at the silver-eyed children who would never know the meaning of a container. She looked up at the sky, where the last of the silver mist was dissipating into the blue. "We are the water," she whispered, her voice carrying across the world, "and the water is us." I was fading now. My purpose was complete. I had been the leak that became the flood, the ghost that became the atmosphere, and the man who became the bridge. I felt myself thinning, not into nothingness, but into everything. I was the evaporation that would become the next cloud. I was the moisture in the lungs of the new species. I was the invisible hand that guided the currents of the redeemed world. The bottle was empty. The world was full. I looked down at Sarah one last time. She was smiling, her bronze skin catching the light of the new sun. In her hand, she held a small, smooth stone she had brought up from the vents, a piece of the earth's heart. She dropped it into the water. The ripples spread outward, infinitely, until they touched every shore that didn't yet exist. I let go. The last thought of Elas was not of thirst, but of the sound of a mountain stream. It was the sound of a glass being filled to the brim. It was the sound of a door opening. The era of the drought was a dream. The era of the flood was a memory. The era of the flow had begun. In the deep, in the dark, and in the light, the watcher was finally, beautifully home. And so was I. The world turned. The tides moved with a new, gentle rhythm. The silver spark was no longer a spark. It was the steady, warm glow of a planet that had finally learned how to hold its breath and how to let it go. The story of the water bottle that emptied itself was over. The story of the world that filled itself had just started. Somewhere in a place that used to be an apartment, a phantom drop of water fell from a phantom faucet into a phantom sink. It made a sound like a bell. Drip. The sound echoed through the new ocean, a tiny, perfect reminder of where we had come from. Drip. The silver-eyed children laughed and dove into the waves. Drip. The world was blue, the world was deep, and the world was at last perfectly, eternally enough. The light of the sun began to sink toward the horizon, painting the infinite sea in shades of rose and gold. Sarah watched the first star appear in the darkening sky, a tiny, distant spark that looked exactly like the silver in her own eyes. She knew that the journey wasn't over. Evolution was a ladder with no top, and they had only just stepped onto the first rung of a new existence. There would be challenges. The earth would shift, the sun would change, and the balance between the inner life and the great flow would need to be constantly renegotiated. But they were no longer afraid. They were no longer victims of the elements. They were the elements. As the first moon of the new era rose over the horizon, casting a silver path across the water, the entire planet seemed to exhale. The tension of the last 10,000 years vanished. The earth was a living, breathing organism again, no longer choked by its own grief or its own rage. I was the silence of that moonrise. I was the coolness of the evening breeze. I was the peace that passes all understanding. I was home. The transformation of the spire was not merely a change in color or light, but a fundamental shift in the physics of the planet's memory. As the black mother water dissolved into the clear, vibrant blue of the new ocean, the weight of the past, the billions of ghosts, the rusted skyscrapers, the plastic-choked trenches seemed to lose its density. The water was no longer a graveyard. It was a transparent medium through which the future could be seen. Sarah sat atop the jagged steel needle, her bronze skin shimmering as the first true moonlight of the new era hit her shoulders. She looked down and saw the wild ones circling the base of the tower, their movements no longer frantic or predatory. They were suspended in the water like stars in a liquid galaxy, their silver eyes blinking in a slow, rhythmic synchronicity that matched the pulsing heart of the planet below. I felt the shift from the high atmosphere. As the last of my concentrated Elas persona began to diffuse into the global weather patterns, I realized that the leak had done more than just reoxygenate the sea. It had broken the cycle of the Great Returns trauma. The collective had been a reactive force, a planetary immune system that had overcorrected until it destroyed the very life it was meant to sustain. Now, that immune system had been taught mercy. The water was learning to hold life without trying to own it. I watched as the first bioluminescent reefs began to bloom around the submerged skeletons of the old world. Coral, infused with the silver spark, grew at an impossible rate, wrapping the steel of the Burj Khalifa in a living tapestry of neon green and deep violet. The tower was no longer a monument to human height. It was the spine of a new kind of mountain. Across the Atlantic, the change was even more profound. The salt flats that had once been the Sahara, drowned under miles of stagnant brine during the Great Return, began to stir. The silver rain had seeped deep into the suboceanic crust, finding the ancient aquifers that had been dry since the dawn of the Anthropocene. These hidden reservoirs, once the last hope of a thirsty humanity, were now being recharged with the freshness. The pressure from the inner life's thermal vents pushed this new, energized water upward. In the middle of the ocean, massive freshwater plumes began to erupt, creating islands of liquid that didn't mix with the salt, vast, floating lenses of life, where the new species could congregate to shed the brine from their skin. Sarah signaled to her people, a ripple of intent that traveled through the water at the speed of thought. They began to move away from the spire, spreading out in a great radiant fan toward the horizons. They were the gardeners of the new world. Some stayed in the shallows of the drowned continents to tend to the emerging kelp forests. Others dove into the midnight zones to guide the evolution of the trench dwellers. They were teaching the planet how to dream again. And as they moved, the water sang. It was a low, humming vibration that rose from the basalt floor and echoed off the surface tension, a song of friction and flow, of evaporation and return. I found myself lingering over the spot where Sarah had dropped the stone. The ripples had long since vanished into the larger swells, but the intent remained. I drifted lower, my gaseous form cooling into a fine, silver mist that clung to the surface of the waves. I wanted to feel the water one last time, not as its master, not as its victim, but as its witness. I touched the crest of a wave and felt the incredible complexity of its new composition. It was no longer just H2O. It was a soup of potential, a liquid computer processing the data of 1,000,000 new biological experiments. I felt the heartbeat of a whale miles away, a slow, booming thrum that was now harmonized with the silver spark. I felt the microscopic struggle of a new kind of plankton, its shell made of translucent carbon, as it turned sunlight into the spirit of the sea. The freshness was no longer a miracle, it was the baseline. The thirst that had driven the world to the brink of extinction had been replaced by a state of constant, fluid replenishment. The bottle was not just empty, it was irrelevant. The very concept of a container had become an absurdity in a world where everything was connected by the same silver thread. Sarah looked up at the sky, her eyes finding the exact patch of mist where I resided. She couldn't see me, not in the way humans see, but she felt the resonance of the man who had stayed in the transition zone. She knew that the skin was still there, protecting the dream. Elas, she whispered, and the sound was carried by the wind I had become. The cycle is complete. The water has no more secrets to keep from the earth. She was right. The great exchange had achieved a perfect equilibrium. The heat of the core and the cold of the space-facing surface were now in a constant, productive dialogue. The storms that had once ravaged the planet during the Great Return had softened into predictable, nourishing cycles of rain and sun. The atmosphere was thick and sweet, a protective blanket that kept the planet's heat from escaping into the void. I felt a final, gentle pull. The last of my individuality, the lingering memories of the apartment, the plastic bottle, and the dry, dusty throat of a dying species were ready to be recycled. It wasn't a death, it was a promotion. I was being invited to become the voice of the tides, the underlying rhythm that would guide the planet's movements for the next billion years. I looked at the moon, which was now reflected in a sea so clear it looked like a second sky. I saw the copper-skinned people leaping from the waves, their bodies silhouetted against the silver light, and I knew that the human element had not been lost. It had been distilled. The curiosity, the drive, the know that I had once shouted at the ocean, all of it had been integrated into the new life. They would explore the depths, and eventually they would look to the stars, their silver eyes seeing paths through the vacuum that we could never have imagined. The sun began to rise on the second day of the new world. It was a spectacular dawn, the light refracting through the silver-rich atmosphere to create a sky of iridescent pearl and burning amber. The water caught the light and shattered it into a billion diamonds, each one a testament to the fact that the thirst was gone. Sarah stood on the spire, her arms outstretched, welcoming the warmth. She was the first of many, a bridge that had successfully crossed the abyss. I let the wind take me. I dissolved into the sunrise, my essence scattering across the vast, beautiful expanse of the Pacific. I was the spray on the bow of a rising wave. I was the condensation on the cooling rocks of a volcanic isle. I was the silver in the rain. The world was no longer a place of boundaries. There was no us in them, no land and sea, no container and contained. There was only the flow, and in the flow everything was found. The bottle was gone, the man was gone, and the ocean was finally, for the first time in its long, lonely history, at peace with itself. The great return had ended, but the great beginning was just starting to wake up. And as the golden light touched the deep, the planet began to hum a new song, a song of water, of heat, and of a silver spark that would never, ever go out.